graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome on into another edition of Play-by-Play with JJ. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day so far. Yes, sir. All right, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and make sure that you guys turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live for Phillies baseball, Sixers basketball, Eagles football. We also do other Major League Baseball content on here as well. Yeah, obviously a very tough loss for the Philadelphia Phillies yesterday. They blew it. They had a 2-1 lead going on into the bottom of the ninth inning after they really had an awesome run that they were able to provide against Lewis Varland, who had only given up one earned run on the season. Bryson Stott had the RBI double, and then Duran just not able to even get an out and only threw less than 10 pitches, and the ball game was over. But you gotta clean up. You have to move on, and you have to move on to the next one, and that's really where my mindset is. And hopefully just try to take the series. I think that is really what the big takeaway is. Go out there, do whatever you can against Max Scherzer, put up runs against him, get him out of the game, and just take care of business. That is really the message that I have today for the Philadelphia Phillies. As far as things go on the pitching side, okay, so if we take a look at the pitchers, it's Jesus Luzardo, and he's going up against Max Scherzer. I think Jesus Luzardo is going to bounce back today. I do. He didn't look so good in his last outing. He gave up 3 homers, 2 to Randall Grichuk, and allowed 5 earned runs on 7 hits in 6 innings. I've had a lot of confidence in him throughout this entire season. I thought that even in his last 4 outings before that, I thought that he was doing fine. I thought he had a good game against the Dodgers. I didn't think that it was a great game, but I thought that he kept you involved, and he did his job, especially against the San Diego Padres. He also looked pretty good against the Boston Red Sox, and he looked really good against the Cincinnati Reds. I don't really understand why there's people out there that are like, Jesus Luzardo is doing just as bad as Andrew Painter and as Aaron Nola is. No, Andrew Painter and Aaron Nola are on another level of just bad. Okay, Jesus Luzardo has given you solid stuff as a number 3. I think that it's been a little bit disappointing. I think that that's a little bit fair of a critique because he's been inconsistent. We saw the bad outing that he had against the Colorado Rockies. We saw one that he had against the Chicago White Sox and another one against the Chicago Cubs. But overall, I'd say that he's actually been pretty good than what other people have been giving him credit for. And I think that that's a little bit sad that we're sort of in that era where people are saying that he's just not doing as good as a number 3 starter should. And I disagree with that. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there because that's been going on. That's been spread upon over on social media. It's been talked about even on the radio or even on other people's platforms here on YouTube. And it's just, I think that that's a false narrative. I really do. The fact of the matter is that he has had his good outings this year. He has had his outings where he has not looked good. So which version of Jesus Luzardo are we going to get today? I am hoping that we get a positive one. And I think that this is a pop quiz for Jesus Luzardo. I do. I think that he'll live up to the challenge, and he'll get you 6 innings tonight. The sweeper obviously is going to have to be on point. I feel like that every time we talk about Jesus Luzardo going out there on the hill, we always have to talk about his sweeper because that is his out pitch. It is. JT has done a very good job calling the games when he's been out there on the bump, and I expect that that's going to be sort of the same thing coming on into tonight. I really do. So, but yeah, let me know what you guys think, though, down below as to how Jesus Luzardo is going to do. I'm going to say that he goes 6 innings. He gets just 7 strikeouts. He allows just 2 earned runs, and he puts you in a position to get the win against the Toronto Blue Jays and take yet another series under Don Mattingly. That is where I stand on the whole thing. Let me know what you guys think down below. What do you think that his final stat line for tonight's game is going to be? I would like to hear more about that in the comment section. The offense. The offense has to wake up. There's no way to sugarcoat it. The offense has to do well against Max Scherzer. He's coming off of the IL today. He was dealing with forearm and ankle issues. He was not looking good at the very beginning of the season. If the Phillies can, if Max Scherzer tonight gives 5 innings of work and he allows 2 earned runs, I think that you're letting him off the hook. I really do. Obviously, we have to see how things play out, but just from that stat line, I'm not satisfied. The offense needs to be cooking. The ball has to be flying tonight. That's what I expect. And if I don't get that tonight, I'm not going to be happy. I'm not. But they also just have to go out there and get the series win. And that ultimately is what is the most important thing at the end of the day. A couple of other housekeeping things. Yes, so when you come on in, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. A couple other things I wanted to make sure that I mentioned. George Springer is back in the lineup tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. We also got news that Johan Rojas has torn his UCL, and he's going to be out for the rest of the season, and he won't be able to return until 2027. I know that a lot of people forgot that Johan Rojas was not even on the team because of the PEDs, and he was serving that suspension. But I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that because that is obviously a thing. I did not expect Johan Rojas to even come back this year. I actually sort of forgot about Johan Rojas. I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, it's a shame what he did, and, you know, the Phillies are going to be without him. So, for just the rest of the season. He wouldn't have been able to play in the playoffs anyways. But, yeah, Phillies are not going to have Johan Rojas in 2026. Yeah, all right, so final score predictions. Please tell me what your final score predictions are down below. My final score prediction for tonight's Philadelphia Phillies game is as follows. 1 second. My final score prediction for the Philadelphia Phillies is going to be 5-2 Phillies. 5-2 is my final score prediction. And the MVPs. Tonight's most valuable player. Who's it going to be? My MVP for tonight that I'm going to go with is Jesus Luzardo. I don't really think that that's really much of a surprise. I expect that he's going to go out there and give you 7 innings, 3 hits, something along those lines, and put up 9 strikeouts. That's what I would like to see from Jesus Luzardo in tonight's game, something along those lines, and I have him as my most valuable player. My offensive player for tonight, though, that I will go with, and this is new for me, because I've never done just offensive player, but I feel like whenever we say MVPs, a lot of times it goes to the starting pitcher, whether it's Zach Wheeler or Christopher Sanchez for the most part. But my offensive player for tonight's game that I'm going to go with is Adolis Garcia. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, JJ, why are you going to go with Adolis Garcia? Well, he's had a little bit of a cold stretch over the last couple of games, and I just feel like that he has more left in the gas tank, and he's going to have something to prove against his former teammate in Max Scherzer. And it would just be really nice to see one of those bat spikes, one of those home run pimps, if you will, and celebrations. And I have him as my offensive player of the game for today. That's what I have. All right, so I am updating the emotes, okay? So I got the Zeus emote now up and running. Folks, I do apologize if you have not been able to get the emojis and you're on the iPhone. For some reason, there's this bug that's going on, and I think that it's so ridiculous. It's happening to me. I can't get any emojis on the iPhone. It doesn't matter on which channel I go to. There's just some sort of a bug. If you even just uninstall the YouTube app, it still is there. It's a YouTube problem. And I don't know when it's going to end, but I do apologize. You're more than welcome to join in on the desktop or even on the or even on another tablet. But for some reason, it's just on the iPhone. I don't know if it's on the iPad either or whatnot, but you can definitely join and post the emojis over on another electronic device. So, but nothing I can do about that. That's just what I have to say, though. I do apologize. I also wanted to let you guys know, too, that we are going to go say hi to BW. He is closing in on 5,000 subscribers. We are going to raid him a little bit early today because I also sort of like want to keep my eye on where he is with his subs. So that is really a big deal for me because I really want to see him hit the 5,000 marker. He was here for when we reached the 10,000 subscriber marker. So I think that that's really important for us to be able to be there for him and pay that proper respect as well. All right, so let's get on into the starting lineups for tonight's game. And actually, before we do that, let's say hi to everybody that's here in the chat. Eddie is here. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, my friend? Lou is also here. What's up, Lou? What's going on, JG? What's up, Haley? How is everybody doing? Let's go. All right. Phillies Sports on Top is here. Well, I thought they may have used him in place of Garcia. Same production average-wise, and the defense, I say, puts him ahead. Ooh, that'd be nice. That'd be really cool. Rick says, I'm going to go 7-4 Phillies. Michael says 5-3 Phillies, and my most valuable player for tonight's game is going to be Bryce Harper. That sounds really good as well. All right. But yes, so thank you all again so much. I appreciate you all for being on here. All right, let's get on into the starting lineups right now. So for tonight's Philadelphia Phillies game, they will have Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff. Then it'll be Trey Turner batting second. Bryce Harper is batting third. And then it's Brandon Marsh batting fourth. Fifth is Alec Boehm. Sixth is Bryson Stott. JT Realmuto is batting seventh. And then it's Adolis Garcia batting eighth. And last but not least, batting in the ninth spot is going to be Justin Crawford. So that is what the lineup looks like for the Philadelphia Phillies tonight. All right, let's make sure that we have everything up on our live stream. There is the lineup. Good stuff. As far as the Toronto Blue Jays go, all right, George Springer's batting leadoff for them today. He had an off day yesterday. And then it's Vladdy Guerrero Jr. back down to batting second. Ernie Clement is going to be batting third. And then it's Kazuma Okamoto who is going to be batting cleanup once again for the Toronto Blue Jays. Yohendrick Pinango is going to be batting fifth. He'll be playing out in left field. Brandon Valenzuela is the catcher. And then you got Charles McAdoo playing over at second base today as Andres Jimenez has an off day. So they slide Clement over to short, and Charles McAdoo is now playing over at second, and Vladdy's back over at first. Miles Straw will be taking center field today, and Nathan Lucas is going to be out in right field for the Toronto Blue Jays. So again, just to recap, it's Springer, Guerrero, Clement, Okamoto, Pinango, Valenzuela, McAdoo, Straw, and also Lucas that are in the lineup tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. and they will be facing Jesus Luzardo, who will take the hill for Philadelphia, and the Phillies will be facing Max Scherzer. Scherzer, the last time that he did pitch, which was on April 24th, he went 2 1/3 of an inning. He also gave up 7 earned runs, 6 hits against the Cleveland Guardians, and he ended up walking 3 batters as well. Hasn't really had a good year overall. He did have a very good first outing on the season, and the outing right before he ended up getting put onto the IL, he did pitch okay in that outing too, but he's 41 years old now. He's lost velocity with his fastball, and his command is just not the same. That's just what has happened, and the Phillies need to take advantage of pitches that he leaves out over the middle of the plate. He's become more of a ground ball type of a pitcher rather than a strikeout machine like he once was. So with that being said, I would really not like it if the Philadelphia Phillies get on top of his pitches and if their timing is just way off. They're going to have to really be disciplined at the plate, look for bad pitches, and make this guy work. Take him out of the game early and get to that Toronto Blue Jays bullpen. That's really sort of how I feel like the attack mode needs to be for tonight and just the plan of strategy for the Philadelphia Phillies to succeed. Jesus Luzardo is going to be on the hill for Philadelphia. Luzardo has a 4.56 earned run average, also has a 4-4 record. This is now his 8th season that he has played in Major League Baseball, his 7th, I'm sorry. But yes, he has a 1.33 whip, 73 innings as well, and 80 strikeouts, as well as 21 walks on the season too. Okay, so we should be ready to rock and roll out at the Rogers Center. The humidity is at 67%, and the roof is open. Just wanted to make sure that I also mentioned that as well out in Toronto. Okay, let's get the 3D back up and running right now. And let's also make sure that we can get our live stream up and running in just a couple of seconds. Scherzer, 10 strikeouts and 18 2/3 of an inning, a 1-3 record, 8 walks, and a 9.64 earned run average as well. The Blue Jays are in their white tops, white bottoms, with the Blue Jay logo painted on the left side of the abdomen, and the Blue Jays text is over on the chest. They also have their last names on the back painted in blue, and the numbers as well in blue too. Scherzer has a 4-seamer, a slider, a changeup, a curveball, and a cutter. Those are his 5 pitches that he mainly goes to and that he's been able to locate very well throughout his career, of course. He is 11th on the all-time strikeouts list. He needs 1 more to get to 3,500. And also needs 9 more to tie Walter Johnson on the all-time strikeouts list as well. So we should be ready to get things started right now as Kyle Schwarber steps on into the batter's box, and on the very first pitch, he swings and misses at the fastball, and the count is 0-1. We are underway. Folks, we are 2 subscribers away from getting to the 10,700 subscriber marker. 0-1 to Kyle Schwarber. Willie Traynor is the home plate umpire for tonight. Corey Blazer's over at first. Jansen Visconti is at second, and Alex Tosi is over at third. 0-1 to Kyle, and the 0-1 pitch. Nemesis outside for a ball. The Phillies are in their gray tops, gray bottoms, with red Phillies text painted across the chest and blue stars above both of the eyes. They have their red text last names over on the back of the jersey, and the jersey numbers also painted in red as well, just below their letters. 1-1, and that's going to be in there for strike 2. Kurt, thank you so much for the sub. Totes, thank you so much for the sub. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Then here's the pitch to Kyle, and that's going to be fouled back towards the screen. Schwarber's count is 1-2. Once again, more final score predictions. Let us know down below. Scherzer gets set and deals, and a cold strike 3,500 career strikeouts for Max Scherzer. 1 out in the top of the first. He is 11th on the all-time strikeout list, and he has become the 11th player in Major League history to get 3,500 strikeouts. He gives a little salute to the fans, and Blue Jays fans give him a standing ovation, and rightfully so. So 1 away, top of the first. What a heck of a career for Max Scherzer. You could tell he's even getting a little bit choked up. Oh, no. Top of the first, 1 out, and Trey Turner is up. And he's ready to lock back on in. First pitch, swing and a miss on a slider that was low, and the count is 0-1. Well, they would have striking out once today. 0-1, and that's in there for strike 2. And just a heck of a career, really. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. That's down for a ball. One of my favorite Max Scherzer performances is when he had those 20 strikeouts when he was on the Washington Nationals. That game was unbelievable. He was just in a world of his own. 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. And so he strikes out his former teammate, and that is Trey Turner. And there's out number 2. Played with Trey with the Washington Nationals and with the Dodgers as well. Now it's Bryce Harper's turn. So Schwarber and Turner struck out. And Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, realmuto, Garcia, and Crawford will round out the rest of the lineup. Pitch on the way to Harper. There's a high fly ball hit out over to deep left field. That ball's going back towards the track. Bye-bye, baseball. Number 3 hits number 15. Marsh, first pitch, swing and a miss. That's his 4th career homer against Max Scherzer, and Philadelphia is up 1-0. He got way under that pitch, and it was weird because as the 0-1 is taken for a ball out in left field, it was Yohendrick Pinango who just didn't know where that ball was going to go, and that ball just kept flying, and it just went out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scherzer kicks and deals. And it's inside for ball 2. Remember when the Nationals had the good pitching? Whatever happened to Strasburg and Gio Gonzalez? Well, Strasburg retired because of injuries. Gio Gonzalez got older. And Patrick Corbin's still in the league. And so is Max Scherzer. 2 balls, 1 strike, the pitch. And that's a foul ball. Max is here. What's up, Max? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you on here, Max Coverage TV. 1 ball, or two balls and 2 strikes, 1-0 Phillies. Scherzer fires, and the pitch is in the dirt for ball 3. So that makes the count now full at 3-2 to Brandon Marsh. The Blue Jays defense, they have Vladdy over at first. They got Charles McAdoo over at second. Kazuma Akamoto's at third, and Ernie Clement is at short. Scherzer gets set, kicks, and deals, and Marsh fouls it away and stays alive. Left to right, it's Pinango in left, Straw in center, and Lucas out in right field. 3 balls, 2 strikes. to Brandon Marsh. The payoff pitch, here it comes, and Marsh just barely gets a piece of it and stays alive. Got a change up there. 220 people tuning on in. 70 of you have hit the thumbs up button. By the way, guys, make sure that you guys go follow Max Coverage TV for all of your Yankees news and needs. Absolutely. 3-2 is the count to Marsh, and the pitch is inside for ball 4, and Brandon Marsh will take his base. And up next is Alec Bohm. 18 pitches for Max Scherzer. You got Turner and Schwarber to strikeouts. And then Harper homered and Marsh walked. Charge! Two away, top of the first. And here comes Bohm. And the pitch is fouled off over towards the right side. 2 more subs so we get to 10,700 subscribers. Let's go. Oh, BW's at 4,990. After this inning is over, what we're going to do is we're going to go raid BW. Good. He's there. The 0-1 pitch. That is low for a ball. If you guys don't know who BW is, that is Orioles Bird Watcher. He is now 10 subscribers away from getting to 5,000 subscribers. He calls the Orioles games. We call the Phillies games. Toss back over to first, and the throw is not in time. One ball, one strike. The pitch. That's in the dirt for ball 2. Pretty cool glove that the catcher Valenzuela has. It's red and it's very artsy. 2-1 pitch to Alec Bohm. That ball is fouled back towards the screen. Scherzer does have 22 pitches so far. In case you're just tuning on in, Bryce Harper hit a 2-out home run to left field. Barely just got out. Marsh is over at first. He got on with a walk. Scherzer gets set, gets the signs, and delivers from the stretch. And Bohm takes it down for ball 3. Three and 2 is the count to Alec Bohm. Marsh leads off over at first. He'll go, and the 3-2 pitch is bounced foul towards the left side. Good stuff. Scherzer has had 32 starts against the Phillies. Tied for the 4th most since 1986. 3-2 pitch to Bohm. That's grounded over to short. Backhanded by Clement, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time, and the inning is over. We are going to go say hi to Orioles Bird Watcher and try to get him right to the 10,000 subscriber marker. I'm going to drop his link right now. We're going to go say hi to BW and try to get him there. Please subscribe to his channel if you have not done so already. We'll be right back. Let's go say hi and go show him some love. we go to the bottom of the first. George Springer is up, and on the very first pitch, he'll bounce this one over towards third, and Bohm has it on a hop, throws it over to first, and that is in time for out number 1. Springer, Guerrero Jr., Clement, Okamoto, Penango, Valenzuela, McAdoo, Straw, and Lucas are in the lineup tonight for Toronto. Thank you all so much for those of you who did go subscribe to Orioles Birdwatcher. We're trying to get him to 5,000 subscribers tonight. He is less than 10 subscribers away from getting to a big milestone for him, really. 1-0. That's taken down for ball 2. This is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hitting .282 on the season so far. The 2-0 delivery, and that is smacked back up the middle over the glove of Bryson Stott out to center for a base hit. And it's played on a bounce by Justin Crawford. And a 1-out single by Guerrero Jr. And more about Jesus Luzardo right now. Nice. He's pretty cool. Subscribed. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 13 starts for Jesus Luzardo. 73 innings, 80 strikeouts, 21 walks. The ERA is a little bit high. It's a 4.56. And here's the first pitch to Ernie Clement. And that's in there for strike 1. 1-0 Phillies on a solo blast by Bryce Harper. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and Clement's going to sky this one over towards the left side. Bohm gets to it and makes the catch. He went over towards the mound and called off Zeus. Kazuma Okamoto is up next. I vote for 2 teams, the Phillies and whoever's playing against the Braves is JG. What about the Mets? You don't like the Braves more? The pitch, and that's in there for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. Kazuma Okamoto is in the box. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing. He didn't go. 1 ball, 1 strike. I don't think Nola's horrible, hot and cold, not a kid anymore. Yes, still capable of grinding out 6 good innings. Is he? Is he? 1-1 pitch. That's down for ball 2. And I'm a Nola supporter. Is he capable of going 6 innings? I haven't seen it. I mean, he can. I mean, he did go 6 innings like 3 outings ago, but he's only done it 4 times this year. I can't rely on him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the first. The 2-2 pitch. Okamoto's going to fly one out over towards center field. On the run is Crawford, and he will make the catch for out number 3, and the inning is over. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We played 1 frame, and we're going to go to the top of the second. We hit 10,700 subscribers. Thank you very, very much. Wow. Crazy. L'chaim. Cheers. Yes. That's big. Thank you very much. All right. Time to go to the top of the second. Stott, Realmuto, and Garcia are going to come on up to the plate for Philadelphia. All right. Trying to keep my eye on BW as we do this. did he say? How many subs left? Here we go. Let's go, baby. Raid is complete. Totes, once again, thank you so much for the sub. And whoever became the 10,700 subscriber, thank you so much. Drop your link down below. All right, so here's Bryson Stott. Stott is going to lead off the top of the second inning. And the pitch. And that misses just inside. Angry Metalhead, the 10,700th subscriber of the channel. The pitch. And that is down for ball 2. Why does the catcher have a bat? Because the 3D animation is a little bit odd like that. They do wonky things. The 2-0 pitch, and that is taken outside for ball 3. That's the only part that's not real. You see guys going underneath the ground after they strike out or after they get out or whatever the verdict is of the at-bats. Everything else is real, though. 3 balls, 1 strike. There's nothing I can do. The 3-1 to Stotts, and that is a foul ball. Phillies lead it 1-0, thanks to the solo home run by Bryce Harper. Three balls, 2 strikes. Stott in the box. 3-2 pitch. That's sliced out over towards left field. It's going to go back towards the track, but it'll be caught by Penango right on the warning track for out number 1. JT is facing Scherzer for the 70th time of his career. One away, top of the second. JT in the box. First pitch, foul ball. He has a 109 average against Max Scherzer. He's 7 for 64 against Max. Crazy. The 0-1. That'll be in there for strike 2. It's a slider. No balls, 2 strikes to JT Realmuto. Phillies are up 1-0 against the Jays. Scherzer kicks, fires, and it's down for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes, the 1-2 pitch, and that's inside for ball 2. JT's batting average is at .205. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Realmuto. Scherzer kicks, fires, and JT lines it foul towards the left side. Scherzer's a real baseball player. Even if you got 10 homers against him, he'll challenge you, says USA. Yeah, one of my favorite pitchers that I got to watch for sure. Even last year during the playoffs when he said, "No, don't take me out." Love that mentality. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Swing on a miss. JT went guessing after a slider that was in the dirt and outside. And there's 2 away, 2 up, 2 down, and the 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Max Scherzer. St. Louis leads it 2-0 against the New York Mets. That game is currently in the bottom of the first inning. The Cardinals ended up getting their 2 runs on an RBI single by Jordan Walker and an RBI fielder's choice by Mason Witten. They're facing Adam Warren, or Austin Warren, that is. Here's Garcia, and he looks at ball 1. Scherzer gets set and deals, and Garcia pops this one up into foul territory, and it'll find the seats. Actually, the Giants game today, the Giants actually ended up winning by a final score of 11-10. They were down in that entire game. They put up 10 runs in the last 2 innings. They were down 9-1, and then it was 9-6 going on into the top of the 9th, and then the Nationals got a run, making it 10-6, and the Giants walked it off in the bottom of the 9th. 2 balls, 1 strike. One of the craziest games of the season. The 2-1 delivery, and that's down for ball 3. Bryce Eldridge hit a walk-off grand slam. 3-1 pitch, and that's outside for ball 4, and Garcia gets on. That's the second walk issued by Scherzer. And Justin Crawford is up next. George! 2 away, top of the 2nd. The pitch, swing and a miss. Google says Rich Hill of the Royals is the oldest pitcher. He's still in the league. I didn't even think that he was still pitching. Isn't that crazy, though? They were down 9-1, and they came back and beat the Nationals within the 8th. Like, they were down 9-1 going on into the 8th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, top of the 2nd. Crawford in the batter's box. And the pitch to Justin. Swing and a miss. Phillies are going to win all the way. There are a few pitchers who struggle through injuries to stay in the game. I have a lot of respect for all of them. Absolutely. Me too. This is Max Scherzer's 19th season. 1-2 pitch to Crawford. And he chops it foul. Just barely got a piece of it. One ball, 2 strikes to Justin Crawford. Scherzer gets set and fires, and Crawford gets another foul ball. Scherzer has pitched in 488 games heading on into today. This is his 480th start of his career. 222 wins, 120 losses, and a lifetime 3.26 ERA. Crawford's pitch is skied out over towards shallow center field, and Straw calls off Clement. The catch is made, and the side is retired. We're going to go to the bottom of the 2nd. Out in Toronto. All right, chat. Where are we tapping on in from? Let us know down below. Where are we tuning on in from? Let's go. Where are we tuning in from tonight? Let us know, baby. And we will make sure that we shout you guys out. Where are we tapping on in from? I know that we got Philly here in the chat. Shout out to Philly. I'm mixing it up a little bit with the music. We got to get the juices flowing, man. Let's go. Let's pull up the chat. Is this working? Hudseyville, what's going on? 3 away. Oh my gosh. All right. 1 second. Okay, we are 3 away. All right, let's try to get BW 3 more subs to help him get to 5,000. Oh man. Okay, let's go. Get him to 5K. Let's go, baby. We got Japan in the chat. Let's go. Sorry about that. A little bit odd. But I really want to get him there. I really, really do. I see him laughing. St. Augustine, Florida, says Spoo. My man needs 3 more subscribers to get to 5,000. Let's go. Is he there? Let's see.
What happened? Relish won the hot dog race?
Come on, let's get him there.
Get a haircut, Relish.
Let's go. I already subscribed. Good.
All right.
Let's
Jackson
go.
Holiday will lead off for the Orioles in the
Let's
bottom
go.
of the 4th.
Good stuff.
First pitch.
All right, here we go. The pitch, and that is grounded over towards short. The throw over to first is in plenty of time, and there's out number 1. Mike in Lancaster, thank you so much. Hardcore from Schuylkill County, right? Is that Schuylkill County? Just wanted to make sure. Let's go. Still stuck here in Sarasota, Florida. This is Julia. Julia, thank you so much. Let's go. We got Toronto in the chat. Yes, sir. Oh, you're in Monco. Gotcha. Shout out to Monco in the chat. All right, here we go. The pitch, and that's going to be in there for a strike. Where's home? Where is home? No balls. 1 strike. Come on, BW. We got to get him right over to the 5K marker. 0-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. If you have not subscribed to Orioles Bird Watcher, he is now three subscribers away from getting to 5,000. The ball is 2 strikes. The 0-2 to Valenzuela, and it's up high for a ball. There's his link. 1-2 pitch. And that misses outside for ball 2. We got it! 5,000 for BW! Let's go! 2 balls, 2 strikes in the pitch. That's grounded over towards short, and the throw over to first is in time. Let's go. Yes. All right, we're going to go rate him right after the inning is done. We got him there. 2 outs, bottom of the 2nd. 1-0 Phillies. Congrats, man. Congrats to our guy, BW. The pitch. It's up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to McAdoo. Luzardo gets set and deals, and the pitch is in there for a called strike. One pitch, swing and a miss. And McAdoo down in the count now, 1-2. Let's go. I'm so happy for him. He has his Burger King hat on. Oh, my gosh. 1-2 pitch on the way, and that's a called strike 3 on the inside corner. All right, let's go congratulate him. All right, be right back. We're going to drop his link one more time down below. Let's go congratulate BW on getting to the 5,000 subscriber marker. Thank you all so much for helping him out. It really means a lot to me. He was there when we got to 10,000 subscribers, and I really wanted to make sure that we were there for when he got to 5,000. So thank you so much. Let's go congratulate him, and then we'll be right back. All right, here we go. All right, so Kyle Schwarber, let's go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, guys. Schwarber is up, and on the first pitch, that's a line drive off the glove of the second baseman, out over towards shallow right field, and Kyle Schwarber gets on with an infield single to start off the top of the third inning for Philadelphia. Let's go. Nice. Did not go through? Here comes Trey Turner to the plate. And on the first pitch, that'll be in there for a called strike. No balls and one strike. 50 pitches for Scherzer, top of the third. Turner is in the box. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. The curveball was over on the outside edge. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2 pitch. That's low for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch, and that is fouled back again towards the screen. And Turner stays alive. So 1-0 Phillies. They got the lead on a solo jack by Bryce Harper. His 15th homer of the season. The 1-2 to Trey. That's grounded back up the middle for a base hit. Schwarber is going to stop over at second. Bryce Harper is going to come on up. And so the Phillies have 2 runners on. And BH3 is going to be introduced right now for Philadelphia. Let's go. Charge! I'm sick of Turner with men on. Maybe he heard you there. So 2 singles in a row. And Harper is up next. Blue batting gloves for Bryce Harper. 1-0 Phillies. Scherzer in or on the mound. And the pitch is up high for a ball. Harper has 4 homers against Max Scherzer. One ball, no strikes to Bryce Harper. And here's the 1-0 pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. Marsh waits in the on-deck circle. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And now it's 2-1. It was really good to see Harper hit that home run his last time up. And again, that was a pitch where, I mean, he just got it out. The ball just kept flying. Didn't really think it was going to go. But it did. And it just had enough oomph to get on outs. Scherzer looks back at second. Doesn't make a throw. And he will try to reset here. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well, folks. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Bryce Harper. And that is inside and low for ball 3. Excellent scoop made there by Brandon Valenzuela. This is the inning of attack. He actually caught that. 3-1 is the count to Bryce. Gotta be careful here. 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That was an excellent curveball, and Harper was going to go after it. Scherzer knew it, and the count is 3-2. Schwarber at second, Turner over at first. 3-2 pitch. Chopper hit over towards first. The throw to second. There's one. The throw back to first. That's just in time. Oh, no. That goes down as a 3-6-1 double play. And there's 2 away. Schwarber's now over at third. That's not what Bryce Harper and the Phillies drew up there. Thanks. I really try. I really do. I care about bringing other people that are, you know, like us up. I really do. Mattingly's going to challenge. Mattingly is going to challenge this to see if Harper was actually out over at first. They just signaled that he was going to challenge. That's pretty close. Let's look again. Did he get there? Yeah, he did. He beat it out. So that's going to go down as just a 3-6 fielder's choice. Good challenge there by Don Mattingly. And Brandon Marsh should be coming on up with runners at the corners and 1 away. So Turner, nonetheless, is out over at second. So Corey Blazer says that the call is going to be overturned. And Harper is going to be safe over at first. But yeah, I care a lot about trying to be there for other support, for other content creators, because I really want to help out other people in the game as well. I think it's important for us to all try to grow together, and BW is definitely a friend of the channel. He's been there for our milestones, and I want to make sure that we're there for his. Same thing with Dr. DeLay, same thing with Rising Rhino, same thing with all of them. That really does matter to me. And 5K for him was a lot. That was a lot. So, the pitch to Brandon Marsh. That's inside for a ball. One-oh pitch, and Marsh taps that one foul over towards the right side. One and one is the count. Marsh hitting .349 with runners in scoring position. 3 home runs and 25 RBIs as well. Schwarber's at third. Harper's over at first. The 1-1 to Brandon Marsh. Swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. White batting gloves for Marsh. He is up to bat against Max Scherzer. Phillies up 1-0 on the solo home run by Bryce Harper. 1-2 pitch. It'll be in the dirt for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. Scherzer with pitch number 65, and Marsh pops this one up over towards the shortstop area. Clement calls off Okamoto, and he will make the catch, and there's 2 away. That pitch jammed him. Bryce Eldridge, we talked about it, how he hit a walk-off grand slam. The Giants were down 9-1, and they came back in the 9th inning, and they won by a final score of 11-10. Well, at the age of 21, he's the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam. He surpassed Roberto Clemente. Clemente did it at 21 years, 342 days. Eldridge did it at 21 years and 233 days old. Two outs, top of the third. Runners over at the corners. Bohm up to bat. He grounded out in the first. Up next is Stotts. And the pitch. It's taken down and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Alec Bohm. Here's the pitch, and Bohm's going to fly one out over to deep left center field. Bye-bye, baseball! See you later! A 3-run blast by Boomer! That pitch spelled mistake all over it, and Bohm just watched that baseball fly on out of here. Here comes Stott, and Bryson takes the pitch outside for a ball. Alec Bohm with his 8th bomb of the season, and that could not have come at a better time. The 1-0 pitch, and it misses just barely outside for ball 2. Big swing by Bohm. That's his 2nd homer of the month, and his 10th hit of the month as well. The pitch to Stott, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 is the count, top of the 3rd, 2 away. The pitch, and that's up high for ball 3. 3-1, 2 away, top of the 3rd. 71 pitches for Max Scherzer. Bryson Stott is in the box. Scherzer kicks, fires, and it's outside for ball 4, and that's the 3rd walk issued today by Max Scherzer. And Stott gets on for the first time. And we have a timeout taken on the bump right now. Okay, let's go. So 2 outs, top of the 3rd. Scherzer ready to face JT Realmuto. The pitch to JT, swing and a miss. It's no balls and 1 strike. Looks like it's a nice night out in Toronto. 0-1 pitch. That is inside or outside for a ball. And the throw to second base to get Stott is definitely not in time. And Stott is over at second base, and he's in scoring position. Good for Bryson to just be able to get a good jump there. Looked really good on the bases that time. So Stott gets his 12th stolen base of the season. 1 ball, 1 strike to JT. JT struck out in the 2nd. The 1-1 pitch. That's grounded over to 3rd. Kazuma Akamoto picks it up and throws it over to 1st. Dug out by Vladdy. Inning over. However, the damage is done on a 3-run blast by Alec Bohm. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 4-0 Phillies. All right, let's do it again. Where are we tapping on in from? Let us know down below. Where are we tuning in from tonight? Take 2. Alright, where are we tapping on in from? Do I have anybody saved? No, I don't think so. So we'll do take 2. Let's go, baby. The JT special says Nova. I guess so. We got North Philly in the chat. Rebecca! Orlando tuning on in from Charleston. Yes, sir. The Schuylkill, let's go. I'm tuning on in from Australia, says HB. What's up, HB? How you doing, my friend? Really, really good to see you on here. Yes, sir. We got Toronto in the chat. Drew is here. Nova from Harrisburg. Norfolk, Virginia. And Richmond, Virginia, Sonic and John. Fist bumps to all of you. Cuba, says Keith. Yes, sir. Breeze tuning on in from Kingston, Jamaica, Camden, New Jersey. Let's go. Ecuador, what's going on? Said Robert. Central Valley, California, says Dr. MP. Niagara Falls, says Donald. What's up, Donald? How you doing? Dallas says, I'm going to throw toilet paper at your house now. Canada, what's going on? Dallas, how you doing? How you doing, Dallas? You know we back in Bethlehem, PA here. Let's go, B-Dubs! Love it. Good stuff. Bottom of the third, 4-0 Phillies against the Toronto Blue Jays. Thank you all so much. Shout out to every single one of you. What you drinking there? Just ice water. Oh, just ice water, JJ. No, it really is ice water. It really is. 1-0 pitch, and that's taken for ball 2. Yeah, that's what all the streamers say. But it is ice water. 2 balls, no strikes, and the pitch to Straw. That is popped up and hooking foul, and out of play she goes. 2 balls and 1 strike. 4-0 Phillies. They got a 3-run blast from Alec Bohm in the 3rd inning. Bryce Harper also homered in the 1st. 2 balls, 1 strike in the pitch. That is flied out over towards right center field. And on the run is Garcia, and he will make the catch. And there's out number 1. Thank you, man. I can't read everybody's comments, of course, because I have a lot to juggle. And obviously, the number one thing for me to do is do the play-by-play. But obviously, I care about the community. I care about, people in the chat. But obviously, the main bread and butter, of course, is doing the play-by-play. But I do like getting everybody involved. And if I miss a comment, it's nothing personal. That's what I always tell people. But I do try. I definitely try, for sure. So, 1 out, bottom of the 3rd. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. Here's Jesus Luzardo as he throws it to Lucas, and that'll be in there for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 3rd. Lucas batting .311 on the season. Hasn't necessarily done too well against left-handed pitching. But the pitch is taken down and away for a ball. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. And Jesus Luzardo gets his 2nd share of the ball game. That's big. Good stuff. Zeus gets himself a big-time strikeout. I'm originally from Philly and Bucks County. Let's go. The pitch. That is taken for a ball. He reached chat, gang. I can attest to that. Almost banned me. My first comment ever. Well, that's because I didn't know who you were. And you said, hi, everybody, except to Haley. So I had to stick up for her. I was like, I can't have people disrespecting my mods. And I had no idea who you were. So I was like, damn. We can't be disrespecting the mods. Absolutely not. 2 balls, no strikes. But shout out to Nova. 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? They say yes, he did. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Luzardo kicks and fires. And that's taken down for ball 3. George Springer is now 36 years old. He's 6 feet 1 inch tall. He'll be 37 in September. 4-time All-Star, a World Series champion, also a World Series MVP as well. 3-1 pitch, and that is inside for ball 4. And so he gets on with a 2-out walk. I love it. It's such a great story. It's like, you meet somebody, and it's like, oh wait, you never forget how that friendship or how that member of the community came on here. It's a cool story, and we can share that for the rest of time, which is pretty cool. Protect the mods, and the mods shall protect you. 1,000%. 1-0 pitch, and that's down for ball 2. He'll respect you more now for sticking up for the girl his kid sister married. 2 balls, no strikes. I stick up for everybody, or I try to stick up for as many people as I can. 2-0 pitch, and that's inside for ball 3. Just like a month ago when somebody was disrespecting Lou, I stood up for Lou. I stand up for everybody that's on here, especially the people that are the mods and the people that have been loyal to the channel for so long. You ain't gonna disrespect anybody. The pitch, and that's down for ball 4, and Zeus allows 2 walks. And hopefully the Phillies can try to get out of this jam. 2 2-out walks issued from Jesus Luzardo. And now it's Ernie Clement's turn. Luzardo on the road this year, 40 strikeouts and a 1.54 ERA, which is the 4th lowest in Major League Baseball. It's been a different story at home. 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. Luzardo gets set just below the Phillies' letters. Clement is in the box. Looks back at second, now back to the plate. And the pitch. Check swing, he went around. Count is 0-1. We saw a rogue mod once, started booting everyone in sight. Yeah, that was an accident. That was also crazy. The 0-1 pitch. That's a foul ball. For sure. Absolutely. 3 years. It's pretty good. The ball is 2 strikes. Luzardo gets set and deals, and a swing and a miss, and Jesus Luzardo gets out of the inning unscathed. And it's time for us to go to the 4th inning drop. 3 shares in the chat for Zeus. Time for us to go to the 4th inning. Phillies are up 4-0 out in Toronto. Which means that now it is time for On This Day in Phillies History. Today is June 10th. Yes, it is. It is June 10th of 2026. Okay. In 1972 on this day, Hank Aaron passed Willie Mays to take 2nd place on the all-time home run list. What does that have to do with the Phillies, JJ? Well, Hank Aaron connected for number 649 against Philly pitcher Wayne Twitchell. It was also his 14th career grand slam, tying Gil Hodges' NL record that he had at the time with 14. In 1974, 2 years later on this day, on June 10th of 1974, Mike Schmidt hits a ball off a public address speaker suspended from the Astrodome roof, 117 feet up and 300 feet away from home plate. Hits a ball off of a public address speaker, and he's suspended from the Astrodome roof. That's crazy. The ball bounced back onto the field, and he settled for a single. That's odd. That's so weird. Does anybody remember that? out at the Astrodome that Mike Schmidt did that? I've never heard that story before. In 81, Pete Rose singled off of Nolan Ryan to tie Stan Musial's NL record of 3,630 career hits. Ryan ended up getting his revenge by fanning Rose in his next 3 at-bats. I guess he was not happy about that. The ball is 1 strike, and the pitch. That's in there for strike 2. I remember that. Really? I've never heard that story before. That's pretty crazy. Wasn't even alive, says Philly Sports on top. The ball is 2 strikes to Adolis in the pitch, and that's a foul ball. Do you guys remember Jared Eichhoff? Eichhoff was from the Texas Rangers. I think he was traded in the Cole Hamels deal. 0-2, swing and a miss, and Garcia is down on strikes. Well, in 2019, the Phillies lost a slugfest to Arizona, and that ended up being a 13-8 game. There was a combined 10 homers, tying a major league record. The total of 13 homers by both teams set a new record, and Phillies starter Jared Eichhoff allowed dingers to the first 3 batters that he faced. Pitch. That's a foul ball. He was pulled in the 4th without getting an out after giving up 5 hits. All 5 hits were homers. The ball is 1 strike to Justin Crawford. Here's the 0-1. And that's going to be fouled back towards the screen. Crazy. Right? Isn't that odd? 0-2 pitch. Bouncing ball hit over to third. Scooped up by the third baseman. The throw over to first. And Crawford beats out the throw and gets on with his wheels. An infield single here in the top of the 4th inning. And Kyle Schwarber is going to come on up to the plate for Philadelphia. Again, he got a pitch that he could just take advantage of. And Okamoto, I actually thought that he did an excellent job playing it on the hop. But as he backhanded it and turned to throw it over to first, and there was no chance with that throw that he was going to get him out. And Scherzer, speaking of getting out, Scherzer is going to come on out of the ball game. Max Scherzer gets a standing ovation from Toronto fans, and we will have a pitch and change. What's up, Elaine? How you doing? I was 53 years old back in 2019. Nobody remembers Jared Eichhoff? Most of the stories went by the wayside because there wasn't ESPN Sports Center yet. Most of my MLB knowledge I got from the paper was the next day. No, I understand that, but even like on social media, like you hear a lot of stories about Mike Schmidt, and that's not like one of them. I mean, I know that he has had a lot of great stories, but that's just one that, you know, you sort of have to dig up, which I think is a really cool feat, you know, or something that's interesting that happened. He hit the PA speaker. It's crazy. In 2014, on this day, Jonathan Papelbon earned his 300th save of his career. It was a final score of 5-2 against the San Diego Padres. He tied the record for second fastest to 300, initially set by Trevor Hoffman, who also reached that milestone in 552 appearances. It's crazy. Jonathan Papelbon. You even think of a game the Phillies blew in 2019 against the Marlins. We were up 7-0. We lost 19-11. How does that even happen? Bryce was on paternity leave. Yeah, weren't we up 7-0 in like the first inning, and then the Marlins just put up all those runs? That's crazy. Mason Fluharty is now going to pitch. One of my favorite games against the Marlins was when the Phillies faced Matt Lindstrom, and they came back and won. Here's Mason Fluharty now pitching for the Blue Jays. Top of the fourth, one away. Kyle Schwarber is up to bat. And the first pitch is outside and low for a ball. Oh, I remember him. I just chose to forget. Says Haley. Dude, I loved it when the Phillies got Jared Eichhoff. I thought that he was going to be a stud. And I was totally wrong about that. The pitch. That's in there for a called strike. No, he was not a good decision, Joe. Oh, man. One ball, one strike to Kyle Schwarber. Fluharty gets set and deals, and Schwarber's going to line one foul. Not much space over towards that right field corner. Schwarber so far is 2 for 10 in this series. 1-2 pitch, and that is down and away for ball 2. I'll always remember the 3-homer game that he had out in Toronto, and Chad Green came on in to pitch in the 9th inning. And Green at that point was having a good year, and Schwarber just nuked one right off of him. It was one of my favorite moments on stream. 2-2. That's a foul ball. That was 2 years ago, I believe. Two balls, two strikes. The pitch. It's a foul ball. That happened. I used to watch the games with my dad. I remember him saying something like, "I will be a SOB. That ball hit a bird or something." That's funny. The 2-2 pitch to Kyle. That's a high drive. Hit out to deep right center field. And that's the 3rd homer of the ball game for the Philadelphia Phillies. They've exploded for 6 runs against Toronto. Feasted up. The pitch, that's in there for a called strike. That's to Trey Turner. No balls, 1 strike, 24 homers for Kyle Schwarber. That leads all of baseball, and he gets hugs from everybody in the dugouts. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch, swing and a miss. Connor, thank you so much for the membership. Let's go, Phillies. Me and Oakley, let's go, Connor. Connor and Oakley, shout out to you guys. Love you all. 0-2 pitch, and that is down low for a ball. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kyle Schwarber has 36 homers off of a relief pitcher since the start of last season, and that's the most in all of baseball. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Fluharty gets a strikeout, and there's out number 2. Harper, Bohm, and Schwarber have homered in this game. The long ball has worked. Here comes Bryce. And Bryce takes a sweeper at the knees for strike one. Unbelievable. The ball's one strike to Harper. And the pitch is a sweeper that's taken low for a ball. One pitch. And that is outside for ball two. Look at Seth Johnson for Lehigh Valley for the Phillies. As the 2-1 is grounded foul. Seth Johnson so far in Lehigh Valley, 22 games, a 24 and a third of an inning he is gone. A 1.48 ERA, 36 strikeouts, and he has also just given up 4 earned runs along with 9 walks. It's pretty good. Obviously, he's been up to the big league club. Hasn't really had a lot of success. 2-2 pitch, and that's a foul ball. It'd be nice for him, though, to be able to get the call back up and have him succeed. Two-two pitch, and Harper's going to bounce one back up the middle. It's played on the hop, though, by Ernie Clement. It took a weird bounce off the hill. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And there's out number 3. But Kyle Schwarber blasts one out over to right center field. It's his 24th homer of the season. And we go to the bottom of the 4th. Phillies are up 6-0 out in Toronto. Let's go. Connor and Oakley with a $2 super chat. I appreciate you guys. A membership and a $2 dono. Let's go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me double check. Let me go back on here. We got 462 people tuning on in. 183 of you have hit the thumbs up button. I was here for 10,000. Let's go for 11,000, baby. Let's go for 11K. Shout out to you, Connor, and shout out to Oakley as well. Yes. Okay. So yes, Phillies are up 6-0. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button as well. We have a 6-0 ball game. Phillies are up by 6, and they are hoping to extend that lead. First and foremost, Jesus Luzardo is going to go back out there to pitch the bottom of the 4th inning and face Okamoto, Pinango, and Valenzuela, as 4, 5, and 6 are due up in the batting order for the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay, let's see how things do work out here. We did a double. We called 2 games at once earlier today. If you guys were there for that, thank you so much. It was interesting for sure. I had a blast. I thought it was really cool. You guys asked for us to do both the Guardians Yankees game and the Red Sox Rays game, and it was pretty fun. It was a good time. A lot of action. Luzardo will start off the bottom of the 4th, and the first pitch is taken up high for a ball. I think I might have had a little migraine while doing the game. 1-0 pitch, and that's inside for ball 2. Something just felt a little bit sort of off there, but we had fun. It was cool. 2-0 pitch, and that is swung on and missed for strike 1 to Kazuma Okamoto. 24 homers in 67 games. He is just Kyle Schwarber. Ozzy has 50-plus homers this season, 60 over 40. I mean, he has to hit it, right? 3-1 pitch to Okamoto, and that fastball is in there for strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Luzardo gets set and fires. Swung on and missed. Jesus Luzardo's on fire. That was nasty. Love that pitch that he just threw. Right down the middle. Akamoto was off balance. And Penango is up next. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. It was fun. It was cool. We do this thing called MLB Diamond Zone. That's the first pitch to Yohendrick Penango was in there for a strike. That's basically what Diamond Zone is. We call like multiple games at once. But we just did 2 today. The 0-1 pitch to Penango. And that ball is sliced over towards the shortstop Turner. Back up the middle behind second. And the catch is made for out number 2. Shifted perfectly there. Tommy Nance is going to most likely pitch the 5th inning. Max Scherzer started. Only lasted 3 1/3 of an inning. Here comes the pitch. That ball is fouled. 5 earned runs for Scherzer. 4 strikeouts and 3 walks. So he got charged the 2 runs on the 3-run homer by Schwarber and Fluharty, who gave up the homer. Just got charged for 1. 0-1. And that's outside for a ball. Does relief pitchers count closers? A closer is a type of relief pitcher. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Valenzuela. That is fouled off of his foot. Ouch. That has got to hurt. Max Scherzer against the Phillies. Listen to this. 18-5 coming on into today with a 2.76 earned run average over 199 innings and over 250 strikeouts against the Phillies in his career. The pitch fouled away. Glad the shift is gone, or do we miss it a little bit? 1-2 pitch, foul ball. I say that I miss it, but I really don't. Imagine if there was a shift, even with all these batting averages being low. Just imagine. Like we talked about it the other day, the highest batting average is the Dodgers' team batting average, and they were at 256. Next pitch on the way from Luzardo. Another chair in the chat for Jesus Luzardo. The 5th inning is coming on up. The Phillies are up 6-0 out in Toronto. The Dodgers are actually batting now 264 on the season. The Giants are hitting 258. The Giants have the 2nd highest batting average. Jordan Walker just hit a 3-run shot against the New York Mets, and they are now up 7-0 St. Louis. 7-0 out in New York. Joe says Luzardo's surprising me. I like it when people surprise you. I like it when people surprise me in a good way. That's unbelievable. All right, other scores around Major League Baseball. So we said that the Cardinals lead at 7-0 in the bottom of the 4th out in Queens. The Royals are up 1-0 against the Texas Rangers. And then you got the Rays up 7-5. The Rays actually won 7-5 today against the Red Sox. And the craziest game of the day was the Giants versus the Nationals. The Nationals were up 9-1 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. They're actually up 8-1, and the Giants came back and they beat them by a final score of 11-10. Bryce Eldridge became the youngest player in Major League Baseball history to hit a walk-off grand slam. And that's what he did. So, crazy stuff. The Orioles are up 3-0 against the Mariners. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. And then you got the Marlins up 8-0 against the Diamondbacks. Dodgers are also beating the Pirates 6-1. Ohtani has been pitching very well. Yankees won 8-4 against the Guardians, and the Padres actually beat the Cincinnati Reds 5-4. Tommy Nance is going to pitch 21 games, an 0-2 record, a 3.68 earned run average, and he will face Brandon Marsh to start off the top of the 5th inning. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. We're trying to get to 350 likes once again. 428 of you are watching. We appreciate it. And the pitch, that's going to be down for ball 1. And a little bit inside. Marsh is 0 for 1. 6-0 Phillies. Nance gets set, gets the signs, and deals. It's low for ball 2. Phillies are off tomorrow, and then they're back on Friday. They go out to Milwaukee after this game. 2-0. That's low for ball 3. Let's go. We hit 200, baby. Let's go. Thank you so much. 3 balls, no strikes to Brandon Marsh. The pitch to Brandon, and that'll be in there for a called strike. The 3-1 delivery, that's going to be tapped over towards third. Akamoto gets over to it, though, charges over to first, and gets Brandon Marsh out. And there's out number 1. Let's see if we can do this. Pitch, that's taken for a ball. One ball, no strikes. The pitch, and that's grounded over towards third. The throw over to first is in plenty of time for out number 2. Here's the pitch to Bryson Stott. And that is taken down and inside for a ball. One ball, no strikes to Bryson Stott. And the pitch, that'll be in there for strike 1 to Bryson. One ball, 2 strikes to Bryson Stott. And the 1-2 pitch, that'll be lined foul over towards the left side. Mitch had 40-plus saves in 93. They might not make the World Series without him. It's true. That's true. 1-2 pitch. That's inside for ball 2. Two-two pitch, and that's a line drive base hit up the middle by Bryson Stott. And he gets on with a 2-out single up the middle here in the top of the 5th inning. It's a really good swing by Bryson. He's gotten on base twice today. That's good news for sure. And JT is up next for Philadelphia. Let me take a sip of water. The pitch. And JT looks at a curveball that's going to be in there for strike 1. Phillies lead at 6-0. They've hit 3 homers today. One was by Harper. That was a solo shot. As the 0-1 is chopped foul. And then it was Alec Bohm who hit a 3-run homer to make it 4-0. And then Kyle Schwarber hit himself a homer to make it 6-0. The ball is 2 strikes to JT realmuto. And here's the 0-2. This is grounded over to third. Picked up by Okamoto, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. And the inning does come to an end. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. And we will go to the bottom of the 5th. All right. We're going to play a little game, chat. We're going to play a little game. I'm going to tell you I'm going to. You have to guess which player this is. I'm going to tell you one fun fact about this player, and you have to tell me who this player is. This former Phillies player won Pro Athlete of the Year in 2010. He won Pro Athlete of the Year in 2010. Let me know who you think it is down below. That's all I'm going to say. That's all that I'm going to say. So think back to the 2010 team. Which player won Pro Athlete of the Year? Anybody. Maybe Stat heard that they were eyeing Ketel Marte. It's true. Maybe. Maybe he listens to our cast. Schmidt. Schmidt didn't play with the Phillies in 2010. Roy Halladay. Roy Halladay, baby. Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Roy Halladay won he won Pro Athlete of the Year in 2010 for the Philadelphia Phillies. People sort of forget about that. I had to say 2010. I wanted to make it easy for you guys. It's pretty impressive that he won that. Bottom of the 5th. The only guy to ever win Pro Athlete of the Year as a Philly. The guy that actually won Male Athlete of the Year, that was Jim Constantine. He did it in 1950. Here's Charles McAdoo. And that'll be in there for a called strike. Luzardo has 56 pitches. The 0-1. That's down for a ball. What's up, Frizzle? How you doing, man? This is Holiday, baby. That's right. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Count is 1-2. As a little kid, I was so happy when Roy Halladay was coming on over to Philly. I was still a little bit upset that Lee was gone, but I really liked Roy. One ball, two strikes. And the pitch, here it comes. Strike three called. Zeus with 6. 6 strikeouts for Jesus Luzardo. Again, we talked about it before. He has the 4th best road ERA in all of baseball heading on into today. Loves pitching away from CBP. Here comes Miles Straw. And the pitch. And that's taken for a ball. '93 was my favorite season as a Phillies fan. 1-0 pitch. And that is a sweeper that is in the zone. Which was a better run, 93 or 2022? 1-1 pitch. And that is inside and low for ball 2. Which Phillies team do you think had a better run? Or is it incomparable? 93 or 2022? Because 2022 I thought was a really good run. 2-1 pitch. Line drive played on the bounce by Bohm, and the throw over to first is not in time to get Miles Straw. That guy is super quick, and he was sprinting out of the batter's box, and he was looking just to beat out the throw there by Bohm, and he did. Wasn't like Bohm even sort of took his time. He rushed, and he just got him out. Or just got safe, I should say. So it's an infield single for Straw. And Lucas is up to bat. The pitch. That's grounded back up the middle for a base hit. And that'll put runners over at first and second. The throw back to second is not in time. So 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. We got 428 people watching. 213 of you have hit the thumbs up button. Let's go. Chili Dogs came out great tonight. That team was electric. 2022. Which team do you think had the better roster? The 93 Phillies or the 2022 Phillies? Because we talk about the 93 Phillies as if they're, you know, like celebrated. I don't think we feel the same way as the 2022 Phillies as we do with the 93 Phillies. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. 2 runners on. 6-0 Philadelphia. And now it's George Springer who's up next. Got to be careful here. Luzardo, hopefully he can get out of this jam. The pitch. That's a check swing foul ball. 93 was pretty loaded. 93 was a better team. Better postseason, worse ending. Also famously forced MLB to expand the playoffs because of excluding a 100-plus Giants team ruffled some feathers. That's a good point. The ball is 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch. And that's a foul ball. Hit over towards the left side. The 93 Phillies were picked to finish last. Morty says all that matters is rings. The ball is 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch to George Springer, and that's a swing and a miss, and Jesus Luzardo gets lucky number 7 on the strikeouts. Man. Just firing fastballs right down Broad Street, and Springer is late. Nothing he can do about it. Springer was like, or sorry, Luzardo was like, I dare you to hit that fastball. Here comes Vladdy. The pitch is outside for a ball. Nobody was beating that 2007 Phillies team, though I was there too. 2007. 1-0, swing and a miss. '93 felt like overachievers. 2022 felt like we came so close but didn't finish. The 1-1, swing and a miss. But I would argue that making it to the playoffs that year, the Phillies got lucky because they almost had a September collapse, and they really weren't supposed to be there. And the comeback against the Cardinals with Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina towards the end of their primes, along with Adam Wainwright, I don't think anybody expected the Phillies to win that wild card series. 1-2, and that's taken up high for ball two. So I would actually argue that the 2022 Phillies were also overachievers too. Steven says I missed the vet. People said that the vet wasn't really so nice. The 2-2 pitch, and that is down and inside for ball three. That also gets by JT, and guess what? There was some miscommunication on the bases, and now we have a rundown going on, and Lucas is out over at first. I mean, the runner from second just stayed put. Lucas was like literally just behind second base, and JT just got him right where he wanted, and that's how the inning comes to an end. The Blue Jays shoot themselves in the foot, and the Phillies are going to come back up to bat in the top of the sixth inning. What the heck happened there? I mean, it was a wild pitch. JT blocked it, and what really should have happened is the runner from second should have went over to third, but he was just staying right there. And Lucas was way off the bag. I mean, he was going over to second, and then he got tagged out in a rundown. Unbelievable. And that's how the inning comes to an end. 6-0 Phillies. We're going to the top of the sixth inning. '22 overachieved in the postseason. '93 overachieved all season and the postseason. That was hilarious watching that on 3D. I can't wait to go back to that. I can't wait. That's funny. That's so funny. Is Jeff Hoffman going to come on in? He is. Hoffman pitched last night against the Phillies, and he ended up going one inning. He allowed one hit. He struck out two, and he had a 6.04 ERA. I'm still taking meds from the Diamondback series. Yeah, I think we all are. We haven't forgotten about it. There was also not a wild card in '93. It's true. Good points. Those are very good points. I will say, though, that Gene Segura 2-run single was amazing. And just hearing the Cardinals fans so upset after that ninth inning with Helsley on the bump, that was pretty awesome to come back and win in that ninth inning. Here comes Adolis Garcia, and the pitch is taken for a ball just outside for ball one. Segura is going to be at All-Star Village. Hopefully I get to meet him. That's going to be really cool. 1-0 pitch. It's a foul ball. So it's 1-1. Hoffman this season has a 6.04 ERA. That is the highest since 2020. He had a 9.28 ERA with the Rockies. 1-1 pitch. It's a foul ball. One ball, two strikes. Top of the sixth. And the pitch to Adolis Garcia. It's fouled back again. The Vets' capacity was 65,386. I didn't know that. It has a bigger capacity than CBP. 1-2 on the way. That's a bouncer. Hit over towards third. And backhanded by Akamoto. He throws a skip hop over to first. And so there's out number one. One away, top of the sixth. It cost them $63 million to build the Vet, which is now $501 million in 2025. Huh. It's just interesting when you think about the currency of it. One out, top of the sixth. And here comes Crawford. The pitch is fouled away. No balls, two strikes to Justin Crawford. And here's the 0-2. That's a foul ball. I also didn't know that when the Eagles played at the Vet in their opening game, they beat the Dallas Cowboys. Or, sorry, the Cowboys beat them, 42-7. I didn't know that ended up happening in the first game. That had to have felt really embarrassing. 0-2. That's a pie for a ball. The Eagles' only points came from Al Nelson. It was a 102-yard return of a missed field goal by Mike Clark in the fourth quarter. It's crazy. One ball, two strikes. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. One ball, two strikes to Justin Crawford. The 1-2 to Justin Crawford, and that misses outside for ball two. Six nothing Phillies, top of the sixth. One out. The 2-2 pitch, and Crawford is going to pop this one up out over towards the right side, and the basket catch made over the shoulder by Vladdy Guerrero Jr. And there's two away, and Kyle Schwarber is back on up. Kyle homered his last time up. He hit a 2-run home run. And he still leads the league in homers in all of baseball. Two outs, top of the sixth. Schwarber is 2 for 3. Also had the single. The pitch. That is down for a ball. One 0 pitch, and that's down for ball two. And I didn't know that the link came right before CBP. I always thought it was the other way around. But I guess that it makes sense because that's where the Vet was, like right where CBP was. So I just didn't realize that. But the link came in 2003 in August, and CBP Came in 2004. Two balls, one strike. And here's the pitch. And that is down for ball 3. The 3-1 pitch, and that's up high for ball 4, and Kyle Schwarber gets on for the 3rd time today. So that is a 2-out walk for Kyle Schwarber, and Trey Turner is going to come on up to the plate right now for the Philadelphia Phillies. So Schwarber hit a 2-run shot, Harper hit a solo homer, and Bohm hit a 3-run shot. And that's how we got to where we are. Charge! Pitch. That's down for a ball. One ball. No strikes to Trey Turner. 1-0 pitch. That'll be chopped foul over towards the left side. And so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hoffman gets set, and here comes pitch number 20. Swing and a miss on a fastball that was way above the zone, and Turner chases after it. Turner in his career against Jeff Hoffman is 4 for 10 with 1 RBI and 2 strikeouts. The 1-2 to Trey, and make it now 3 strikeouts against Jeff Hoffman as he gets caught looking at a slider at the knees. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's still 6-zip Philadelphia. Vladdy, Ernie, and Kazuma are going to come on up to bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. That's now the 3rd time today that Turner has struck out. All right, folks, if you are new to my channel, don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. If you guys want to email me for any sort of business inquiries, or if you just want to email me off the air and keep in touch, you most certainly can by emailing play-by-play with JJ. It's jasonjosephonair@gmail.com. The mods are going to drop it down below. Also, want to make sure to remind you guys to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell icons. We do Phillies baseball, Sixers basketball, Eagles football. We also do other baseball games as well. We did 2 games at once today. We did the Guardians versus Yankees game, and we also did the Red Sox versus the Rays game. That was a lot of fun. Thank you all again for those of you who came on earlier. I hope that you guys did enjoy it. That was really cool. Other things I wanted to announce. Tomorrow, we will have Diamond Zone in the afternoon. And that's it. Just the early afternoon games. And once the final afternoon game is done, we're done. And then Friday, we're back on for the Phillies. They play against the Milwaukee Brewers on Friday at 7:40. Then they play on Saturday, same time, same place, out in Milwaukee. And then Sunday, we got a doubleheader. We're doing the Phillies game in the afternoon, and we're doing the Sunday night baseball game, of course, at 7:20. So that is the schedule for this week. You can check out the community tab. I do post the schedule on there. I try to be very consistent with that every single week, so that way you can follow along and know what's coming throughout the week. I do try to be clear about that for sure. All right, we go to the bottom of the 6th, and the pitch is in there for a called strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. No balls, 1 strike. Zeus gets set and deals, and that's a line drive foul ball towards the left side. Diamond Zone, make sure that you guys check that out. Diamond Zone tomorrow, we'll be doing it. It's basically like NFL Red Zone, but it's for baseball. If you're into fantasy baseball, if you have any sort of sports bets for tomorrow during the afternoon, you're not going to want to miss it, because we'll be calling 4 games at once, potentially. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's gotten on base twice today, as the 1-2 is downstairs for ball 2. Two and 2 is the count of Vladdy. The pitch. That's low for ball 3. Three and 2 is the count. Zeus kicks, fires. And that is going to be chopped foul towards the right side. What a grab by one of the camera operators. That's pretty cool. That must be the photographer that caught that. Held the camera in one hand and caught the baseball in another one. It's pretty impressive. 3-2 pitch, grounder, hit over towards short. Backhanded by Turner. And the throw to first is in plenty of time for out number 1. One out, and here's the pitch, and that's taken down for a ball. One to know is the count to Ernie Clement. Luzardo gets set and deals, and the pitch is taken down for ball 2. To a pitch. That'll be called a strike, but this will be challenged by Ernie Clement. He says that wasn't a strike. We'll see what ABS has to say. Well, the Spurs are up 12-2 in the first 3 minutes of Game 4 of the NBA Finals. So this was actually challenged, by JT. It was called ball 3. And the Phillies actually win their challenge. It'll be a 2-1 count instead. 2-1 pitch. It's down and inside for ball 3. By the way, is anybody going to any of the World Cup games at the link? Or as they're going to call it, Philadelphia Stadium? 3-1 pitch. That's outside for ball 4. We were at I was at the Morgan's Pierre, and I met a couple people that were there for just the World Cup, which was really cool. It was really actually awesome to be able to meet them. A couple of them were going to be there for 3 weeks. I'm like, that's just so crazy. The pitch, that's taken for a ball. Kazuma Akamoto is up to bat. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the pitch. It's a foul ball. And it goes on out of play. One ball, one strike. People ask me if I'm really into soccer, and I'm really not. Not really much of a soccer guy. I've called soccer before, though, for college. You'll be at the FIFA game on Saturday or on Sunday? Man, that's pretty cool. Wow. What's the game? Or what's the match? 2-1. That's in there for strike 2 to Kazuma Akamoto. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Akamoto. That's a foul ball. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. It's low for ball 3. Jonathan Bolin is warming up in the Phillies bullpen. He's looked really good ever since he came back from the IL. He's been pitching better. Zeus has 90 pitches. 1 out, bottom of the 6th, and the 3-2 pitch is outside for ball 4. Walks have been a little bit of a factor today. Hopefully Zeus can get out of this jam again. I think Brazil is playing in Philly for a game. It's Ivory Coast versus Ecuador. Wow. That's so cool. Have you figured out your attire yet for the game? Caleb Cotham is going to go out there to have a conversation with Jesus Luzardo, and they will have a discussion before Yohendrick Pinango goes out there to hit. Just a reminder, make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. If you're just tuning on in for the very first time, we have 209 people, the last time that I checked, that have hit the thumbs up button. Now it's up to 234. Nice. JJ, you should see if anyone is calling. You should see if anyone is doing YouTube commentary of some of the bigger FIFA games, and if not, call them on here. I'm not as familiar, and I can't do it over a Phillies game. But you know, I don't want to put myself in the position to fail. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike. I mean, if you guys want me to do one, just to try it out, I would do it. 0-1, swing and a miss. Yohendrick Pinango is going to come on up to the plate. I'd have to learn the rules, though. I'd have to learn about the players. And I'd have to take time to be able to do that. 0-2, and that bounces away for a ball. But if you're going to be here and if you want me to do one, maybe I'll do one. USA is going to have to play in a tough group with Australia and Turkey. Really? 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, here it comes. Swung on and missed, and there's out number 2. Jesus Luzardo gets his 8th share of the ball game. Damn. That's a good pitch. Pitch on the way. That's a line drive base it out to right field. Garcia plays it on the hop. He's going to fire it home. The throw to the plate is not in time, and Toronto is on the board. So that is an RBI single here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 6-1 in the bottom of the 6th. Luzardo gives up his first run of the day, and it comes off of the bat of Valenzuela. Man, looked like that pitch was right down the middle, and it was actually a really good throw again by Adolis Garcia, but JT just couldn't catch it on the hop. And Don Mattingly is going to take Jesus Luzardo out of the ball game, and that is going to do it for him. And Jonathan Bolin is going to step on in, and he will try to clean up the mess. With that, we're going to take a very quick step off. I will be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. See you very, very soon. All right, so we're still in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's 2 away. And runners are over at the corners, folks. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Austin Krell says that Mike Breen has done a professional job thus far in the finals, properly capturing big moments for both teams. I have to be honest with you. Jonathan Bolin is going to pitch, and that is up high for a ball. Mike Breen, if you watch NBA basketball, I think personally, and this is just my opinion, I think that he is I think that he is such an incredible announcer, like Hall of Fame announcer. I really do. He is really good at capturing the big moments. 1 ball, 1 strike. My favorite NBA announcer, though, is Kevin Harlan, as far as the national stuff goes. But Mike Breen is definitely up there. I love listening to Mike Breen. 1-1, swing and a miss. Even Mike Breen on the radio is really, really good, too. One ball, 2 strikes. Jonathan Bolin gets set at the Phillies letters, and the 1-2 pitch, and that's a fly ball hit out over towards left field. Marsh backs up, waits for it, and makes the catch. And we're going to go to the top of the 7th inning. It is 6-1 as we go to the 7th, and the Phillies are up by 5. But yeah, I think that personally, like what makes a play-by-play announcer so good is the vivid imagery and also just the mixture of vocabulary. I think that really is something that Mike Breen and all the greats really do a good job at. Describing the action and figuring out, like, how to use your imagination to figure out, like, what is going on, where's the ball, who has the biggest moment, and then just knowing how to tell a story while doing the game. So, and I think Mike Breen does a really good job at that, personally. You know, also on this day, in 2005, David Bell helped continue what was a magical homestand for the Phillies, and he ended up tying the game 2-2 against the Brewers. Shout out to David Bell. Hate the NBA. It has turned into a politicized league. Not the same since Larry Bird, Magic Johnson era. Yeah, it's a different era. I'll put it to you that way. I think that the talent is still really good. It's just a different game. It's like baseball, right? Like, the game changes, like, as the years go on. It's just a different game that's out there. Football's not the same. But I understand, yeah. So we are going to go to the top of the 7th inning. Wait, better than Marv Albert? I wasn't as big of... I didn't really get to listen as much to Marv Albert, so I really can't say. I mean, Marv Albert was really good every time that I heard him, but as far as... I don't know. Marv Albert was really good, too. Marv Albert did a great job calling all 4 of the sports. I can't disrespect Marv Albert as a play-by-play announcer either. Here comes Bryce Harper in the pitch, swing and a miss. I like Joe Davis. I think he's really good. The ball is 1 strike. The pitch. That's down and away for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Eight seconds left on the pitch clock. The pitch to Bryce Harper, and that's a foul ball hit over towards the left side. Yes! How about that Tracy McGrady? I will never forget the Tracy McGrady game. He was on the call for that. 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? They say no, he did not. And the count is 2-2. Marv was really good, though, at hockey. Two balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Here's the pitch. And that is up high for ball 3. Alvarado should pitch the 8th because the game is already decided and we can't tire our core relievers. 3-2 pitch, and that is outside for ball 4. Vanessa Miranda, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the sub. 6-1 Phillies, top of the 7th. We got a runner over at first. For my money, Gary Thorne was the best play-by-play guy. Every game felt like Game 7 of the Cup Finals. I loved listening to Gary Thorne. I have a story for you. But yes, Gary Thorne is one of my favorites of all time, too. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Goodbye home run is such a great signature call. The ball is 1 strike. The pitch to Marsh. That's a foul ball. Runner was going, and now has to go back on over to first base. When MLB 2K was a thing, and I would play it on the Wii, sometimes what I would do is I would fall asleep listening to just the CPU, and I would literally just listen to Gary Thorne. And I really liked listening to his voice. And I liked practicing. I would sometimes even record myself, and I would turn the CPU down, and I would call the game myself as if I was a traditional play-by-play announcer as a kid. And I would do that. I don't know if I still have the tapes. I have to look to see if I still have those. But that would be really interesting. The ball is 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's a breaking ball. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. But yeah, goodbye home run. Such a great call. Gene Hart. Gene Hart was phenomenal, too. I like Tim Saunders as well. Toss back over to first. And that is not in time. I may be alone, but I can't stand Costas. Costas is my favorite broadcaster. Love Bob Costas. Got a signed baseball from Bob. My aunt got that for me. I was so lucky. The pitch. That's bounced foul over towards the right side. Is there a sync button or something to get the action closer to the balls? There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I have it all rewound. Marsh's 4th in batting average. He was up to number 1. 1-2 pitch. And that is a foul ball. 6-1 Phillies, top of the 7th. A runner over at first. Merrill Reese. Great guy. Great guy. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fisher kicks and deals. And the pitch is high for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. JJ, who's your Mount Rushmore of broadcasters? Two and 2 is the count. The pitch to Brandon Marsh. That's a foul ball. That's tough. That's really tough. Who are my favorite broadcasters of all time? As far as play-by-play announcers go. 2-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. It's really tough. One for each of the 4 sports. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Brandon Marsh, swing and a miss. And there's out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning. Harry will always be my number 1 for baseball. My 1 for basketball is Kevin Harlan. My 1 for football is also Kevin Harlan. Merrill's really good for football. I don't know, that's tough. And then hockey, I got to go Doc. The pitch. And that's in there for a strike. Scully, Harry Carey, Chick, and John Madden. Madden's, I would say, is the best commentator. The ball is 1 strike. And here's the pitch to Alec Bohm. And that is inside for a ball. Not by much. Favorite 1 for football, besides Harlan. The 1-1 pitch. It's fouled away. I like Al Michaels. Al Michaels is really good for football. One ball, 2 strikes. Bohm in the box, and the 1-2 pitch. Line drive, base it out to right field. And Bohm's going to get on with a single. Rounding second and heading over to third base is Harper. And that puts runners at the corners in the top of the 7th for Philadelphia. Nice swing by Alec Bohm as he goes the opposite way. And Bryson Stott will come on up. So here comes Stotts. Charge! And he doesn't like Joe Buck the best. Ouch, that hurts the type. I actually think Joe Buck's good. But I could understand like why people didn't, had problems with him for baseball. Sometimes he didn't necessarily show the energy, and I think that that's why people had an issue with him. Vince Scully? I didn't say I didn't like Vince Scully. I love Vince Scully. 6-1, top of the 7th, 1 away. And we got runners over at the corners. You met Dave Zinkoff, the Zink of the 76ers back in '84. Marcus Zumoff is also really good, too. The pitch. That's up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Pat Summerall. Absolutely, Pat Summerall. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch to Stotts. That's a foul ball towards the right side. You had Jack Buck? I never got to listen to Jack Buck. One pitch. That's fouled off. Red Barber. Red Barber is also really good. One ball, 2 strikes. Stott is going to call for time. Phillies lead at 6-1. They have 3 homers today. One was from Harper. Another one was from Bohm. That was a 3-run shot. And Schwarber hit a 2-run shot. His 24th of the season. 1-2 pitch to Bryson Stott. And that is a foul ball. Larry Anderson was a train wreck calling Phillies games. I like L.A. I think L.A. does a great job with Fransky. I think that they're such a great combo. I remember Scott was telling me, or when he came to visit us at Rowan, he was like, you know, the Phillies, when he was doing this audition process, they said, well, we got this guy, and we think that he's really funny, and we want to see if anybody can get more out of him. I think that they're a really good combo. 1-2. That's down for ball 2. The 2-2 pitch. That's up high for ball 3. Mel Allen was a good one, too. You spotted the football game? Really? For Dave. That's cool. 3-2 pitch. Line drive. Base hit out to left center field. Harper's going to jog on home. Bohm is going to stop over at second. And Stock gets on with an opposite field RBI single for the Phils. Got a pitch out over towards the outside corner. Kept his head down. And was locked and loaded in that at-bats. The third base runner for the Phillies, and John Schneider is going to pull Braden Fisher out of the game. Stott is 31 RBIs on the season. Coming on into today, the leader in RBIs was Kyle Schwarber with 40. Bryce Harper was second at 37, and Alec Bohm was third at 31. He was actually tied with Brandon Marsh. Marsh and Bohm had 31 RBIs on the season. So today, Schwarber now is 42, Harper is 38, and Bohm now is 34. Stott now has 31. So the Phillies have 5 guys on their team that have driven in 30-plus runs this season. So that's pretty good. Got to be able to drive in more, though. Phillies only have 2 guys in double figures in homers. It's Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. Who was the guy that did This Week in Baseball? I don't remember. I like John Miller, too. Sunday Night Baseball with John Miller and Joe Morgan and John Kruk. What a crew. They were pretty cool. Folks, once again, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. If you guys like what you hear, make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell icons too. Miles is now going to pitch. He will be the 6th pitcher that the Blue Jays have gone to. Spencer Miles. He has a 3.54 earned run average. He's gone 40 2/3 of an inning. He has walked 13 batters. Here comes JT, and realmuto takes a sinker that's in the zone for strike 1. How we doing on the likes, mods? We got 441 people tuning on in. I know that. The ball is 1 strike to realmuto. And here's the pitch, and JT's going to sky this one out over towards the right field line, and the catch is made by Lucas for out number 2. He was shifting towards his left, had to also come running on in. And he caught it in plenty of time, and JT is retired. Adolis is up. He's batting 196. He was hitting over 200 heading on into the week. Now he's back underneath the Mendoza line. The pitch, here it comes. Swing and a miss. Gary Sanchez hit a shot for the Brewers, and it went 466 feet. Gary Sanchez. 0-1 pitch to Garcia. That's grounded over to short, and the throw to second is in plenty of time for out number 3. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 7th out in Toronto, which means it is now time for Phillies trivia. I'm going to ask you a Philadelphia Phillies trivia question, chat. And if you get it right, you will hear this. If, however, you get it wrong, you will hear this. So, obviously, the Philadelphia Phillies have had some really good pitching throughout their franchise history. But I want to know, who are the only 2 left-handed pitchers in Phillies franchise history that had 200-plus strikeouts in the same season? Two left-handed pitchers on the Philadelphia Phillies who had over 200-plus strikeouts in the same season. That's what I want to know. Carlos, it's time for Cakes on the Griddle. I can't do it. That's BW's thing. Who is Jimmy Rollins? Just kidding. It's not J-Roll. The only 2 left-handed pitchers who had 200-plus strikeouts in the same season for the Philadelphia Phillies. Carlton and Short. Carlton and Roy Halladay. Same season we're talking about. Hamels and Halladay. Carlton and Roberts. Chase Shugart is going to pitch, by the way, for the Phillies. Lee and Hamels. That's a good guess, but no. Short and Roberts. Give me a duo. A duo of lefties. Same season. Hamels and Wolf. Another good guess. Carlton and Bunning. Mulholland and Wolf. Halladay and Lee. Sanchez and you gotta give me a second person. Starsky and Hutch. Cliff Lee and Halladay. Chase Shugart is gonna pitch against Miles Straw. Halladay was a righty. That is correct. The pitch. That's in there for a strike. Fred and Barney. Sanchez and Wheeler. Wheeler's a righty. 0-1 pitch. That's up high for a ball. Sanchez and Wheeler. You're close. Sanchez and Luzardo. Last year, Jesus Luzardo and Christopher Sanchez became the only 2 lefties in Phillies franchise history to have 200-plus strikeouts in the same season. That is correct. Whoever got that, Kempo, good for you. Sound also got it as well. 3 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 7th. And if Wheeler actually stayed healthy, that would have been the first time in franchise history that the Phillies have ever had 3 pitchers with 200-plus strikeouts in the same season. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 7th. 7-1 Phillies. And the pitch. And that's going to be grounded back up the middle for a base hit. And there is a leadoff single to start off the bottom of the 7th. That has become one of my favorite trivia questions. It really has, because I read that stat last year after Sanchez hit the 200 strikeout milestone, or no, it was Luzardo who did it. And I read that, and I was like, wow, that is crazy. So I was like, let me use that again. Bottom of the 7th. Runner over at first. Like, you think about all the great duos. Like, that's what Luzardo and Sanchez did. By the way, BW, congratulations again on getting to the 5K marker. Much needed, man. And I'm proud of you. I can't thank you enough for all of your support to the channel. Obviously had to be there for that. And I'm so happy that we got to celebrate with you. Now you're here to celebrate with us. Cheers. Now it's on the 10K. Two balls, no strikes. That's to Nathan Lucas. Chase Shugart, 8 pitches. The pitch, and that's high for a ball. Some of y'all are so far behind. Yeah, it is Luzardo and Sanchez. That's correct. That is correct. What the heck just flew into... What the heck just happened? Something like got onto my ear. 3-0 pitch. That's taken down for ball 4, and Shugart gives up a walk, and that puts runners over at first and second. Really thought it was Sony and Cher. I thought your next guess was going to be Batman and Robin, or, you know, JJ and BW. It's funny. Two runners on here in the bottom of the 7th. Thank you, JJ. I believe that your fans put him over. Well, we had to be there for that because BW has done so much for this channel. And I said to my chat, I'm like, you know, I've been eyeballing every single time that we're on stream. I've been looking at those numbers, and I'm like, he has got to get to the 5K marker this week. And I'm so happy that he got there because that's a huge milestone for him. I mean, he even said it in the speech. You know, he covers one team. And for him to get to 5,000, huge. And a huge accomplishment. Absolutely. And for him to do it in that amount of time, for just one team, it's crazy. It's a great bromance, JJ. Yes, sir. Bottom of the 7th, here comes the former Astro, George Springer. And he takes a cutter downstairs for a ball. Springer did not start in last night's game. And tonight he's 0 for 2. He did walk back in the 3rd. 1-0 pitch from Chase Shugart, and that's down in the way for ball 2. Chase Shugart has been really good overall this season. His ERA is at a 2.21. It was at one point at a 1.53. He just had that one bad outing against the Dodgers. But not off to a good start so far. The 2-0 pitch is taken low again for ball 3. And you might want to try to keep that leash short if this continues. I just asked AI to verify the trivia. And what did they say? Hamels and Lee? Hamels and Schilling. 3-0 pitch, that's down in the way for ball 4, and that's going to load the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Oh, boy. So Springer will head on over to first, and now Caleb Cotham is going to stay. He won't go out there to talk to Chase Shugart. He's going to just stay right in the dugouts. And Vladdy is up to bat. That's so funny, Trish. Hamels was a lefty. The pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. Bottom of the 7th. He can't even find the zone. One a pitch. Here it comes. That's way outside again for ball 2. Come on, Chase. Brad Keller is now warming up. Oh, man. Brutal. Why? Vladdy is in the box. 2 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the 7th. Schugarts gets set and deals, and he throws a fastball down the middle, taken for strike 1. That was a gamble. The 2-1 offering, that misses outside, and the count is now 3-1. Whatever you do, do not throw that fastball down the middle again. The 3-1 pitch, and that's inside and high for ball 4, and the tying run is now on deck. 7-2, a run will score. It's Miles Straw who crosses home plate. Lucas is now over at third. Springer slides over to second, and Vladdy is on with the bases loaded walk. Keller is still warming up in the bullpen, and Ernie Clement is up next. Still nobody out, by the way. Five-run lead for the Phillies, and Ernie looks at strike 1 at 96 at the kneecaps. Brace yourselves. 0-1 pitch, and that's a fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's going to go back towards the trap. Garcia will make the catch, and so Lucas will tag up from third. He'll come on in to score. The runner from second tags up and goes over to third. That's George Springer. It is a 7-3 ball game. The good news is that they got an out. Garcia made a really good catch right in front of that wall. He went back towards the track, had to leap up to catch it. He put his hand up saying, "I got it." And thank goodness he did. 1 away, bottom of the 7th. Schugarts still in the jam as Kazuma Akamoto is up next. Byron, thank you so much for the sub. JT is going to go on over the signs, and actually Don Mattingly is going to go out there, and he's going to pull Chase Shugart right now. Okay. Looks like that JT was ready to get on up. I thought he was going to go over signs, but Don says, "Yep, you're done, Chase. Goodbye." He'll pull the plug, and Akamoto will face Brad Keller next. I still don't feel good. Oh, boy. A 7-0 ball game. And now it's a 7-3 game in the bottom of the 7th. Get him out of there. Pirates beat the Dodgers. No way. They came back? No freaking way. Oh, my gosh, they did. They were down 6-1. And they came back and they won it in the 8th inning. What is with all these comebacks today? I mean, the Giants were down 9-1. They came back and they beat their opponent. That was the Nationals, and they won 11-10. They're down 9-1 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. And then this happened. I mean, my gosh. Some really good games today. Really. That's it. You get the poison tea, says Dallas. But I'm sweet. I don't trust Keller, but he's better than Shugarts, says Trish. Well, Hold on. Hold on, guys. I can't believe that the Pirates beat the Dodgers. Chuck says, no, stop talking comeback. I didn't say anything about this game. I will also say that, to be fair, the Tampa Bay Rays held off the Boston Red Sox from coming back. They were up 5-0 going into the top of the 8th, and they still won 7-5. So if it makes you feel better. Yeah. Kazuma Akamoto's up in the first pitch. That's a line drive hit out over to right field. That's going to be caught by Garcia. The throw to home plate is not in time. That was really close. Springer, they say that he got his hand in there and makes it a 7-4 ball game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. That was a really good try by Garcia. That was so close. He fired a missile right there. Let's see. It took a bounce, and JT didn't get him. This is a really good throw. JT took a step back on the bounce and wasn't even close to getting George. No. That was a great throw, though. Garcia on the throw, though. The bad news is that he's rubbing his shoulder right now, and the trainer is going to go out there to check up on him. Oh, no. He's bending. He's hunched over. Mattingly is going out there. It's the area that's underneath his arm. I actually thought it was his shoulder, but he's sort of massaging his armpit. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. Don't like the sound of that. Garcia was waving for the trainer to go out there. And he's going to come on out of the game. Great. So 2 sac flies in a row. And Garcia is going to come on out of this game. Mattingly and the trainer are walking him back over to the dugouts. And Stuart Baroa gets the nod, and he's going to come on in. Obviously, keep your eye out on what they say, and we'll let you know what the new reports are. Finally playing decent, and now he gets hurt. That throw is ridiculous. Two away, bottom of the 7th, and Stuart Baroa is going to be playing out in right field, which means that Baroa, technically speaking, would be he batted in the top of the 7th. Did he bat in the top of the 7th? I don't think he did. So that means that he would not be up, but Crawford will lead things off. Looks like Duran is having a couple of warm-up tosses with Stuart Baroa out in right field. That's too bad. Two outs, bottom of the 7th. 7-4 is the score. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Baroa is stretching out in right field. And we have the next batter up. That's Yohendrick Pinongo for the Toronto Blue Jays. The pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. It's been a 3-run bottom of the 7th inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. And by the way, it was a 6-0 score. Then it was 6-1. Then it became 7-1. The pitch, that's grounded over towards third. Bohm plays it on the ground, picks it up, throws it over to first. And we're going to go to the 8th inning. 7-4 is the score. Crawford, Schwarber, and Turner are going to come on up for Philadelphia. And let's see if they can add on some insurance runs here. Man, that really sucks with Odolis Garcia. Again, Garcia on a fly ball that was hit out over to right field by Ernie Clement, or Kazuma Akamoto it was. He threw a strike over to home plate, but it was JT didn't get the tag down in time. And the bad news was that he injured himself, and he came on out of the game on the throw. So we'll obviously be on the lookout and see what the actual injury report is going to be. But again, Garcia was not hitting the ball well, but he's been so good on defense out in right field, and he was starting to actually hit the ball a lot better. But that's not good. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. And that way you will know when we do go live. So Stuart Baroa is now out in right field. He's his replacement. Cowher got himself out of that. So. How we doing on the likes, folks? How are we doing on those likes? We got, I believe, 401 of you guys tuning on in. It's pretty good. Top of the 8th inning. And Miles is still going to pitch. Justin Crawford is going to lead things off for the Phillies. 9-1-2 are due up in the batting order. Crawford's 1 for 3 with a single back in the 4th, and he also scored a run. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel, folks. Let's go. The pitch. That's high for a ball. 284. Good. Nice. Thanks, guys. 1-0 pitch. It's grounded over towards the first base side. It's a foul ball. Let's get to 350, man. Get this W. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man? Always good to see you on here, mate. Miles kicks, deals. That's fouled away. One ball, 2 strikes to Justin Crawford. Miles gets set, kicks, fires, and it's inside for ball 2. And again, like we talked about how great his defense was this season. It's been really good out in the corner. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And there's out number 1 in the top of the 8th inning. As Crawford chases after a pitch that was way outside. It's Kyle Schwarber's turn. He's homered once today. He's also walked once and singled once as well. And has scored runs twice. The pitch. That's going to be in there for strike 1 to Kyle. There's a cool red sleeve on his left hand. 0-1 pitch to Schwarber. That misses outside for a ball. How's game 4 going? 69-42 Spurs. Nice. Next pitch. Foul ball. That's now 1-2. Top of the 8th, 1 away. Schwarber's 2 for 3. Miles has 12 pitches. Schwarber is in the batter's box. And the 1-2 to Kyle, swing and a miss. The slider was outside again, and Miles gets his first strikeout, his second strikeout of the inning. I don't know why it said it was his first, but gosh. So there's 2 gone. Now it's Trey Turner, who is up next. The pitch to Trey, that's inside and high at 97 miles per hour. We're at 289. Let's go. 1-0 pitch to Trey. It's fouled back. The last time that Trey Turner hit a home run was May 27th against the San Diego Padres. Yomer 2 games in a row out in San Diego. 1-1 pitch, and he goes guessing at a slider. I feel like I've seen that so many times this season where he just half swings at a pitch that's outside. It's just guessing. 1-2 is the count. Miles kicks and deals, and Turner's going to slap this one out over to right field, but it's caught for out number 3 by Nathan Lucas. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Valenzuela, Jimenez, and Straw will be coming on up for the Toronto Blue Jays. Still plenty of baseball left to go. Okay. What time is it now? 9:54 p.m. Eastern Time. This game got started at 7:07. I'm going to take one more quick step off. I will be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Let's go. Please smash that subscribe button. Please hit the thumbs up button as well. So far, so good with the likes. We're trying to get to 350 likes by the end of stream. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. I have a bad feeling about our bullpen holding the lead, says Larry. That's probably the first time that I've heard somebody say that this season, really. Because usually it's been so good. We're 6 likes away from 300 for 6 out of the last 7 games, which is just ridiculous. And I mean that in a very, very good way. So Luke Arcani just posted. Let me make sure that I have this correct as I go over on the Twitter space. Luke Arcani said that, actually, sorry, it was Lachlan Marsh who said Adolis Garcia was removed with a pulled muscle in the right shoulder area. He's being further evaluated. Alvarado is going to pitch for the Philadelphia Phillies. 29 games, a 5.48 ERA, 23 innings, 9 walks, and 30 strikeouts as well. Bottom of the 8th, and Valenzuela will lead things off. And on the first pitch, he'll take a fastball right down Broad Street for strike 1. The Phillies in this game so far are 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position. And the Blue Jays are 1 for 5. 0-1 pitch. That'll be in there for strike 2. We did it, baby. Let's go! Thank Thank you all so much. 50 more to get to our goal. Let's go, baby. No balls, 2 strikes. Valenzuela in the batter's box. The 0-2 pitch, and that misses inside for a ball. Do you realize that Miz faces Painter on Friday? One game at a time, JJ. I hear you, but I just saw that. 1-2 pitch, and that is up high for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Valenzuela is in the batter's box. The 2-2 pitch, and that is a foul ball. Keep hitting that subscribe button, too. It is free. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, and there's out number 1. Alvarado gets the first out of the inning. Nice. That was nasty. That went into the dirt. Valenzuela bought into it. And up next is Andres Jimenez, who will be pinch hitting for Charles McAdoo. 1 away, bottom of the 8th. The first pitch, swing and a miss at 99 miles per hour. Tyler Rogers is getting loosened up in the Toronto bullpen. The ball is 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch. That's skied towards left center field. Crawford maneuvers towards his right. Now takes about 3 steps inward and makes the grab for the second out of the inning. And Miles Straw is up next. Here's a question that I have for you, chat. If you're Don Mattingly, and this is still a 3-run lead going on into the bottom of the 9th, do you put Duran in there, even though he's pitched 2 games in a row? The pitch, that's up high for a ball. One ball, no strikes. Straw up to bat. He is 2 for 3. Jose Alvarado fires, and the next pitch is inside for a ball. Phillies bullpen today has given up 3 earned runs in a total of 2 2/3 of an inning. The 2-0 pitch from Alvarado, that is called a strike. He got the call there. Straw thought about challenging and decided not to. Two-one pitch. That's inside and high for ball 3. Morty, I love your answer. It's great. 3-1 delivery, that's in there for strike 2. And I agree. Three balls, 2 strikes, bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Alvarado gets set, kicks, fires, and it's fouled back again. Straw stays alive. What an at-bat between Alvarado and Straw. Alvarado sweating. Gets set below the Phillies letters. Kicks, deals, and that's a line drive hit out over to right, and that's going to get down for a base hit. It takes a funky bounce over to Stuart Baroa, but he does field it cleanly. And there's a 2-out single in the bottom of the 8th inning. Got it off the bat. over towards the right side. Straw went the opposite way, kept his head down. And then Baroa didn't really know where that was going to bounce. And he did judge it, almost did misjudge it. Bottom of the 8th, 2 away. The pitch, that's in there for a strike. Great question, JJ. Well, we sort of talked about it last night, and I was sort of hinting to it, like, right now. And I thought, you know what, I might as well just ask it. It's a good, like, it's a good question. Good participation question. The pitch, that's going to get by JT. Springer, or Straw that is, will hold up over at first. Boy, oh boy. Straw decided at the last second not to go. They had that one base running blunder earlier in the game, too. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Lucas has struggled against lefties. That is the good news. I'm with you. Absolutely. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alvarado gets set and fires, and that's a cold strike 3 on the outside edge. Let's go, baby. All right. Let's go. Time to go to the 9th, baby. Let's go. Who's tuning on in? Let's go. Let us know where you're tuning on in from down below, baby. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Appreciate you all for being on here. Where are we tapping on in from tonight? Big strikeouts there from Jose Alvarado. He got himself out of the inning. Love it. Really a nice job by him to get out of it. Oh, man. How did this get close in 40 minutes? Lots of runs. 4 runs to be exact. Guerrero had a bases-loaded walk in the bottom of the 7th, thanks to Chase Shugart. Then you had Clement, who had a sac fly, and Nakamoto had a sac fly. We got Clint for New Jersey in the chat. We got Clay, Pennsylvania here. Joe from Southern California. Let's go. We got Sydney, Australia in the chat. Scott's here. Let's go. Wayne from Fort Stockton, Texas. Love that. Love, love, love that. Let's go. Where else are we tapping on in from? Mike tuning on in from Lancaster as always. Hydration check. We're good. We're good, baby. I'm ready for this 9th inning to come on up. I really am. Yes, sir. Citizens Bank Park with you. Appreciate you guys. Rebecca's tuning on in at home. We got Amish Country in the chat as well. NYC, by the way. Hatboro this week. Love it. Time for us to go to the top of the 9th inning. It's a 7-4 ball game. Harper is going to lead things off. Rogers is pitching, and the first pitch is taken for strike 1 right at the knees. Tyler Rogers is pitching for the Blue Jays. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is now 0-2. Brian tuning on in from Nevada. Let's go. No balls, two strikes. And the 0-2 is fouled away. Would really love to see this team get some more runs here. We got 400 people tapping on in. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button as well. Oh, and 2 is the count. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock, and time is now going to be called by Bryce Harper. We got a post-game show after this, too. Make sure that you guys call on in. 610-314-0844. 0-2, and that's going to be chopped foul towards the right side. Is it still a blowout in New York? 76-49. Wow. 27-point lead. The 0-2 on the way to Harper. That's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field. That's going to split the gap and go all the way over towards the wall. Harper is thinking too. The throw to second is off the line. A leadoff double for Bryce Harper. Let's go, baby. All right, so a leadoff double to start off the top of the ninth inning for Bryce. Here we go, baby. That's the third time that he has gotten a hit in this game. And Brandon Marsh is up next. Marsh's first pitch. It's a foul ball tapped towards the third base side. Can't tell right now who is warming up in the bullpen. No balls, one strike. The next pitch, and that's chopped foul towards the right side. There's Duran, and there's Meza, in case it's not a save situation anymore. Good for Don. No balls, two strikes. The Brandon Marsh. The 0-2. It's grounded back over towards the mound. Not where Marsh wanted it. And he still holds the bat, and he jogs over to first. And there's out number one on the toss back over to first by Tyler Rogers, who, by the way, has a 2.10 ERA on the season. Pitched with the Mets last year after he got traded from the Giants. Bohm is now up. He had a 3-run homer and also had himself a single. And here's the pitch. And that's outside for a ball. Well, ball, no strikes. We got a post-game show after this. Make sure that you guys stay on for that. And the 1-0 is outside for ball 2. Bring home Bryce. Two-0 pitch, and boom, flies one out to left field again. This is going to go back towards the track, but it won't have the distance, and the catch is made for out number 2. Just got underneath that pitch. And 2 away in the top of the ninth inning. I thought maybe he got it. And just died right on the track. And up next is Bryson Stott. Stott looks at a sinker at the knees for strike one. And the count is 0-1 to Bryson Stott. Let's make sure that we get everything ready for post-game. Good. 0-1. That's in there for strike 2. After the game is done, we will have a 5-minute break. And then we will come back on for the post-game show. The 0-2 pitch on the way. That's a bouncer hit over towards the first base side. Stott gets over towards the first base line, and Rogers flipped it back over towards Vladdy in time. That was a heck of a play. Vladdy is shocked. He's like, wow, how did that happen? So Rogers was going over towards that first base line. He got to the ball. Stott obviously stayed in the baseline, avoided the swipe, and Rogers flipped it with his glove over to first of Vladdy, and it was in time for out number 3. That was a really good play by Trevor Rogers. That was unbelievable by Tyler Rogers. gosh. Insane. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. That may have been like one of the best plays I've ever seen from a pitcher this season. Go watch that highlight. That was, tip my cap to him. That was a really good play. All right, folks, we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Phillies are up 7-4. Springer, Vladdy, and Clement are going to come on up for the bottom of the 9th. Time to bring out the tarantulas. Let's go, baby. Time to bring them out. Let's go. We got a post-game show after this. 610-314-0844. Drop those spiders in the chat. Yes, sir. I could use a save here. We all could. Boy, oh boy. Let's get a shutdown inning. Let's go. 426 people tuning on in. Don't forget, again, afterwards, we have a post-game show. Calling into the show. Love to hear from you guys. Duran's going to go out there for his 3rd day in a row. Obviously, he's looking for a bounce-back performance here. Hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. We got 319 of you who have hit the thumbs up button. That's the last time that I checked. And we are now 41 away from getting to our goal of 350. 31, I should say. Springer is going to come on up to the plate to start off the bottom of the 9th. It's been a long game so far. Over 3 hours. 3 hours and 7 minutes to be exact. Springer will lead off the bottom of the 9th. George is 0 for 2, but he's walked twice. And he's also scored a run as well. He's actually walked 4 times, excuse me. Why does it say that he's walked 4 times? That's incorrect. He's walked twice. What is with them? Bottom of the 9th. And the first pitch, that's a line drive base hit out to right center field. Oh, boy. And so there's a leadoff single to start off the bottom of the 9th inning. That was hit sharply. Fastball down the middle. And Vladdy is up next. Ooh. Right down the pike. It was a splitter, and Springer got it. Took advantage of it. And so the tying run, the potential tying run, is on deck. Vladdy is up, and Ernie is in the on-deck circle. The pitch, that's a grounder hit over to second. The throw to shortstop, there's one. The throw back to first. That's a double play. Shifted perfectly, and there's 2 outs. Well, that changes things. Two pitches and 2 outs. And now it's Ernie's turn. And Ernie swings and misses. And the count is 0-1. Nothing and 1 is the count. Duran gets set and fires. And a chopper foul towards the third base side. And Toronto is down to its final strike. Five seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-2 on the way, and that is lined foul. And the at-bat continues. Ernie did have a sacrifice fly his last time up. The guy that's on deck is Okamoto. Duran gets set, kicks, fires, and another foul ball. That splitter was going into the dirt, and Clement barely got a piece of it. And some no balls and 2 strikes. Oh, and 2 is the count. Duran kicks, fires, and that's going to be blooped out over towards shallow left center, and it's going to get down for a base hit. Turner got a glove on it, but just out of reach for Trey. Couldn't make the catch, and so a 2-out single provided by Ernie Clement, and the inning continues. Barely out of reach as Turner went over towards left center, and he just missed the baseball. Just bounced off the tip of his glove. Just off the end of the bat, too. Here comes Okamoto, and on the first pitch, that's going to be fouled back towards the screen. Runner was going, and now has to go back over to first. Duran trying to put the game to bed. No balls, 1 strike to Kazuma Okamoto. The 0-1 pitch, that's strike 2. And once again, Toronto is down to its final strike. Ernie did advance over to second on the defensive indifference. The 0-2 pitch, here it comes, and that is going to be challenged. It was called a ball. Looked like it was a strike. We'll see if JT is correct. Hold your breath for a second. ABS, what does it say? Strike 3 called. Ball game over. The Phillies win and beat the Toronto Blue Jays by a final score of 7-4. They take 2 of 3 in Toronto. They'll have an off day tomorrow, and they'll go to Milwaukee. Ring the bell. The Philadelphia Phillies win. Time to celebrate another W for Philadelphia. Let's go! I'll take that. That was nice. That was much needed. It got dicey. And really, this was one of those games where I thought that, again, they just had it in the bag. But they held on. They got the job done. And it was one of those unsteady games where you were sort of left into suspense. But they got the W. And that is what ultimately matters. So good job by the Philadelphia Phillies to get the win. Duran still didn't feel like that he was fully on today, but he bounced back and he got the save. And Don Mattingly, I'm really happy that he put him back on in there, because I will be completely honest with you, and I probably have said this a couple of times this season. I've said the quote, I don't think Rob does that. I really don't think Rob does that. I think that if Duran blew a save and pitched 2 games in a row, I highly doubt that Rob puts him back out there for the next day and puts him out there for 3 days in a row. So good for Don Mattingly to be able to do that, because I thought that that was the right decision. A, he is still your best pitcher out of the bullpen. And B, if anybody deserves to go out there for a second chance after blowing a save the night before, it's Yohan Duran. He is one of the top 3 best closers in all of baseball, and he has just been magnificent throughout this whole entire season. Good for him to get the save. Great stuff. The offense, the long ball showed up today. The Kyle Schwarbers, the Bryce Harpers, And the Alec Boehms did a really, really good job, and that was awesome to see. And I enjoyed what they did early on. They clocked in, they clocked out, and they got themselves a nice victory, a needed victory, before they faced Jacob Misiorowski and the Milwaukee Brewers. One word that you would use to describe that game would be what? Comment that down below. And don't forget that we're going to take a 5-minute step off, and then we'll be back for a post-game show. And once we're doing the post-game show, we'll have an opening monologue, and then after my monologue is done, I will be taking phone calls. Please feel free to call on in and let me know what your thoughts are on this game. But yes, Rob did do that in 2023. Can't remember the pitcher in the playoffs, I think. Yeah, he did. He did it with Sir Anthony Dominguez. That was correct. He did it in the playoffs. But the other thing, though, is that Duran pitched 2 days in a row. Sir Anthony didn't pitch 2 days in a row. And plus during the regular season, that's a little bit different. I think that if this was the playoffs, I think that that's a different story. But if it was the regular season, Rob doesn't do that. Resilience, redemption, rebound. A lot of R words. Resilience, a nail biter, speed. How about power? Needed. Needed's a good one. Rebound. Chuck and Scott said rebound. He's 17 of 18. That is correct. Solid. Solid. Yeah. The word that I would use to describe this game, I like few. But I also like, what's another word? I had the word in my head. It was on the tip of my tongue, and then I lost it. It wasn't resilient, but it'll probably come back to me. Maybe it'll come back to me during the break. Confidence, says but. Yeah. You know what I'm happy about? And then we'll go to break. I'm really happy that this team came out and they fought. Because I thought that after last night's blow, that would get to their confidence. It didn't. And I said for them that they had to take advantage of Max Scherzer. They did. And I thought that their offense did enough in the very beginning of the game. And it was nice to see. So, rebound is good. Yeah. Not a loss. Obsequious. Obsequious? You're just trying to troll me by thinking of a word that I will do research on when I go to a break. But yeah, all right, we'll be right back. Give us 5 minutes, and then we'll do a post-game wrap-up, and we'll also have phone calls as well, because I really want to hear what you guys have to say. Donnie is confident in his guys that they're too talented to be blowing series. I think that's a really good way to sum it up, actually. I really do. So that is, I think that's where we can leave it. I think that's a perfect way to end this little recap, and we'll come back on for a post-game show. Give me just a second for me to just collect my thoughts, collect my mind, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Welcome on into the Phillies postgame show here on Play-by-Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well, and make sure that you guys turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. Okay, so the Philadelphia Phillies bounce back tonight, and they take care of business against the Toronto Blue Jays. They take the series, and they are now 28-12 in their last 40 games, which is really unbelievable. Okay, I want us to go back in time, and I want us to go back to the 9-19 record that this team had under Rob Thompson. I can just remember clearly that there were people, even including myself, that were just not having fun watching the brand of baseball that this team was playing. Okay, they were playing sloppy baseball. They really were. The pitching did not look good. Even Christopher Sanchez was not even looking at his best. There was no Zach Wheeler. This team had Taijuan Walker in their rotation. And the bullpen, they were missing Duran for a little bit of time. He went on the IL. And the runs, the lack of runs that this team was giving us was just so bad. No small ball. Chasing. And they were playing such an ugly brand of baseball. That was terrible. I've learned from this team over these last 40 games that they have an identity. This team has an identity where they rely heavily on their starting pitchers to bail them out. Mostly Sanchez, Wheeler, and Luzardo for the most part. And the bats will play small ball. Whenever they give you the long ball, it's great. But if they have a lead going on into the 8th inning, you trust the bullpen. You do. And until last night, I felt like that was a big part of their identity. I still feel that way, I should say. But I really like how well this team is playing. I would actually make the argument and say that they should have taken all 3 games in this series. But at the same time, I give the Toronto Blue Jays a lot of credit with how things panned out last night. And I thought that the Blue Jays fought their way back into this one. They're a good team. They're not a team that obviously is winning the AL East, but they're a hungry team, and they still have a lot of talent in their lineup. They still have a couple of really good pitchers out of their bullpen and a couple of nice starters. Dylan Cease is really good for them, but I thought that this was a game for the Phillies to lose. I thought that this was the game that, how do I reword this? That the Philadelphia Phillies had to win. And I thought that this was a game where we would see really good pop in the bat, that type of stuff. And it was awesome. Loved the swing from Bohm, loved the swing from Kyle Schwarber, and really liked the swing from Bryce Harper as well. I just feel like that this team has been playing good baseball, and they've been doing it against solid teams for the most part. And I just continue to ride the wave with them and just try to embrace every single game. I was not feeling this way a week ago after they came off the series against the LA Dodgers. There have been times where I've been very down on this team. And I feel like that part of this just happens during a 162-game season, where one day you feel so good, the next day you feel so bad, and it's all just going through the motions. Because baseball is a long season. It's 162 games. It's not 17 games like the NFL is. But to get back to the point at hand, I feel like all of these wins have added up, and they have led to one thing, and that is belief. I think that this Phillies team really does believe in what they're trying to do. It seems like that they're forming an identity of playing small ball and just getting guys on base, making the pitchers work, and taking advantage of bad pitching. And tonight the ball went flying. I thought that you got a couple of really good swings. I am actually still shocked that Bryce Harper's shot went out just over the left field wall. But the wind really did carry that thing. And that was nice. Number 15 for number 3. Good. I'll get to the negatives in a second. But I just feel like that I'm really happy with how they bounced back tonight. Long story short. I think that past Phillies teams would have saw what happened last night, and they would have just waved the white flag today and not shown any sort of fight. There were times this season where this team would only put up so many runs in one inning, and then they were not putting up runs for 28 innings in a row, and it was bad. Like 25 innings in a row, they wouldn't score a run. That's the type of garbage that we were watching this season. Those games against the Cubs, those games against the Atlanta Braves. It was horrendous baseball. We're getting the opposite right now. And I think that a main reason why that they played better is because, yes, their starting pitching has played a lot better, has been a lot better than what it was. I also just feel like that you have this swag going on with Mattingly as your manager. And so my question to you, chat, is when you think about the last 40 games and you reflect on how Don Mattingly has done as a manager, what letter grade would you give Don Mattingly in his first 40 games as skipper of the Philadelphia Phillies? Because I think now it's time to assess. I do. My letter grade for Don so far as manager, give him a B+. I would give him, actually I think B+ is a little bit harsh. I'll do it. I'll give him an A-. A-. I think that is really fair. A-, I feel like it fits. I'm not going to go to A. I'm not going to go to A+. A-, I think, is a really good way to describe how he's done. I do. And by the way, 68 games under the season. But again, 28-12 in their last 40 games. I would say that that's really, really good. I give him an A- because I think that he's pressing the right buttons for the most part. But I also feel like that he is shifting the culture. I think that he's getting the players to buy on into the type of baseball that he wants to bring to the team, or that he's bringing to the team. The message is also clear, and he's also pushing the right buttons. There were times this season where we saw Andrew Painter getting lit up. And then he would go out there and he would throw 5 innings, And Don would say, all right, let's end it on a positive note. We're not going to have you go back out there for the 6th because you really haven't been able to get through the 5th inning in a little bit of time. And so I think that he's getting the most out of his players. I think overall he's making the right moves. I still want Brandon Marsh batting leadoff right now. I was screaming for Justin Crawford to bat leadoff for a little bit of time. I've been screaming for Trey Turner to move down in the batting order. And I've also been saying that Chase Shugart and Tim Meza should be used in higher leverage spots. But the point is, I just feel like that this team looks a lot different with how things have been managed at the top with Don. And I'd really like to hear your thoughts about that. Tonight, I thought Mattingly managed himself a good game overall. I was fine when they took Jesus Luzardo out. I felt like that this team showed a lot of fight. They were aggressive again on the bases, which I really liked. They weren't necessarily doing that under Rob Thompson this season. There's still things that have to be cleaned up, but they're playing with heart, and they're playing with passion and pride. I know that Max Scherzer pitched today, and Scherzer was coming off of a couple of injuries, and that's what put him on the shelf. I've seen this team plenty of times, though, throughout the season where they just have not been able to attack. And I did say, heading on into this game, if I see Max Scherzer go 6 innings and strike out 6 or 7 batters, and the Phillies only put up 1 run, I'm not going to be happy. Because he's not a strikeout pitcher anymore, chat. Good for him to get to that next milestone over the 3,500 marker and be on the 11th, be 11th on the all-time list. That was awesome. But he's not the same pitcher that he once was. Okay, he's 41 years old. And that's okay. But the Phillies could not let him off the hook. And they didn't. They got to him. They did what they had to do. The job at hand was to work up his pitch count, take him out of the game, and get to that bullpen. And they did their job. So, that's really my takeaway from this game. I felt a little bit overall rusty about this bullpen. This bullpen, Larry said it. When they went to the bottom of the 8th inning, he said, I don't trust this bullpen. And I said to him, and the rest of the chat, I said, I think that might be the first time this season that we've ever said that. The high leverage guys. We did say that Brad Keller we don't trust. Keller actually did get out of the inning. Good for him. But, yeah. They need an off day tomorrow. I think that off day comes at a really good time, especially for this bullpen. And especially for Duran. Rest that arm. Go on in there on Friday. And just get rest. But yeah, Kyle Schwarber with his 24th home run. That thing was nuked. Sent that thing out to Mars. Bohm crushed one. He almost had 2. Just got a little bit underneath that last one in the 9th inning. But he's hitting the ball a lot better, Alec Bohm. Trey Turner, do we even have to talk about it tonight? No. I will say, though, that he did single back in the 3rd inning. And he got a single up the middle. And that actually ended up setting up the 3-run home run by Alec Bohm. And Harper beat out that fielder's choice. It could have been a double play. Phillies did challenge. And the call was overturned. So that was good. Phillies don't win this game without Alec Bohm. But yeah, the offense did enough. I'm worried about Adolis. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm really worried about Garcia. This could change things. Now I'm wondering, obviously there's a lot to speculate, but if he misses time, does this change their thoughts about Skubal? Does this change their thoughts about maybe trying to go after a Mike Trout or a Byron Buxton in right field when he's out for this long? I don't know. I think that that's a really good question to ask, and one can assume that maybe the answer is yes if he misses a lot of time. But that sucks because he was hitting the ball better to start off June. And I will say that even though we've been critiquing his offense, there's no doubt about it, his defense was so good this year, and he really did have such a hose out in right field. There was a stat that I saw a couple weeks ago saying that he has like the 4th highest fielding percentage as far as corner outfielders go in all of baseball. He was really valuable in the field. And for him to, I'm not saying that he's going to be missing time, but it just didn't look good because he said that he's massaging his arm, and I'm hoping that he just pulled something. I really do. I'm really hoping that he just pulled something, but it raises a lot of questions if he's going to miss a lot of time. Because how do you replace his defense? And also, with your bats, with your right-handed bats being super thin, what does that do? What does that do? How does that change things? I don't know. So, but that really has been at the forefront of my mind. And I'm curious to see if it's at the forefront of yours too. I like Garcia. I felt like it was wrong that the Phillies relied on him to be their saving grace, and to be their quote-unquote upgrade. But he's a really good dude, and he gives it his all. I've never said that he never tries. He's strong, and he really does fight. But we'll see what happens in the coming days and what the report is going to be tomorrow. I'm sure that we'll also hear more about it from Don Mattingly, but I'm bummed. I'm really bummed about that because that really does suck. What else did I want to say? Not really much else. Jesus Luzardo, I thought did good. I thought that he looked good. The walks were a little bit of a problem, but he got himself out of jams. This Toronto Blue Jays offense, I've been telling people do not sleep on this offense because they can get on base, they can provide runs, and they can make you work because they're just that feisty of a baseball team. They play with a lot of grit, and John Schneider is a phenomenal manager. So I thought for him to just silence that lineup, I thought that was huge. He's been so good on the road this year. I read during the game that he has the 4th best ERA in all of baseball on the road. Sometimes that just happens. But I really felt like that his sweeper was really on point tonight. And I thought that he was dominating that strike zone overall for the most part. Just gave up the run in the 6th inning. But he did fine. Gave up 4 hits, went 5 2/3. I thought he did good. I also thought that the Blue Jays did a good job working up his pitch count when they did. But, yeah, they're a good hitting team. But I take nothing bad out of the start from Jesus Luzardo, especially with how he did in the last game against the Chicago White Sox. This was a good bounce-back performance from him. And he just lowered his ERA to a 4.35. Got himself 8 strikeouts on the day, too. And he delivered when he had to. So, I think that as a number 3, he's been really good. I think that he's been a little bit disappointing because within the same breath, I think that a lot of people expected him to sort of replicate what he was doing last year towards the very beginning, it looked like that there was a time where the Phillies had 3 different aces with Zeus, Sanchez, and Wheeler. But I still think that he's been solid for you this season, and I actually have to give Dombrowski credit for making that trade, because he's been doing good. I will do that deal for Starlin Caba any day. It was a really good deal. So, but yeah, calling into the show. Again, the question that I have for you is, how would you grade Don Mattingly and his managerial tenure so far as a Philadelphia Philly? Let me know. 610-314-0844. Let's get to some messages on here as well. And let's hear from you people. I want to hear from you guys down below. Okay, so we'll read some chats. Also, here is the box score for both sides. Let's go. Good stuff. The Phillies today with runners in scoring position, they were 2 for 10. They left 8 guys on base. And that part I didn't necessarily like, but the long ball worked, and sometimes that just happens. The Blue Jays, on the other hand, they left 9 men in scoring position, left 9 men on base, and they were 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. So, what do we have on here? Watching the Angels play the Houston Trash Cans right now. What do we have to say? Get ready. Miz is about to make us miserable, for real. Just don't waste all the arms in Game 1. Yeah, we'll talk more about that in a little bit. I hear you with that. I don't really feel confident about Game 1, but overall, again, like my takeaway from this series is that they fought, and that I think that we feel a little bit differently if they take all 3 games, but I'll still take 2 out of 3 against this Toronto Blue Jays team because they're a good team. They're a really good team. So, yeah, I would have said A-. Morty says A+. Come on, I'm gonna go A- because A+. It is so hard for me to give anybody an A+, and it's no disrespect to Don. I was a little bit disrespectful though when I said B+. I think that was a little bit. I think that was a little bit unfair. I do, and I take that upon myself. But A-, absolutely. I didn't really like getting A- in school. I was like, wait, like why not an A? But you know what? That he can earn an A. Absolutely, he can earn an A. But from what I've seen so far, an A- is super, super solid. I don't think a lot of managers would have been able to get that type of a letter grade from me. But Don has, and he's earned my respect for the most part. You're letting that Sosa pinch hit taint your judgment, says Morty. Well, that was a part of it. That was a bad move. That was a bad move. That wasn't the only thing, though. But that was definitely something that did stand, glare into my eye, because you're taking the 4th best hitter right now in baseball. At that time, he was the best. He led the league in batting average. You're taking the bat out of his hands. Can't do that. I trust Duran. Haley says, to be fair, I never trust our bullpen. We've changed a lot since Don took things over for us. Yes, there are improvements we need to make, but overall, we're playing much better baseball. 1-loss game every few days is much better. Yeah, and look, losses are also going to happen, and I felt really weird last night because I was shocked with how things ended in last night's game, as all of us were, because this guy threw less than 10 pitches, and he's been perfect all season long. He's looked so good. Even when he wasn't even looking his sharpest, he still got saves. And tonight I even felt like he wasn't even at his sharpest, but he got the save and he got the opportunity. And it was good for him to be able to just go out there for the 9th inning and get the save. You could tell that he was smiling at the very end. So that was good. I want this guy to have all the confidence in the world. And Don absolutely made the right decision by pitching him a 3rd day in a row. Duran is a warrior. He's a competitor out there. And he's been really, really good for this Phillies team. And he has definitely bolstered up that bullpen without a doubt. But yeah, he's been really solid all season long. Yeah. We discussed this when we chatted in the game one when you asked about has Don fixed Philadelphia Phillies, and I said he did fix the batting, but the offense is an issue because of the bullpen, not enough ammo. And Cool J, I think that's an interesting point that you bring up, but I also would say that part of the reason why that your offense, that he has fixed the offense but hasn't been able to fix the bullpen enough, I think that part of that is a Dombrowski problem. I think that there are definitely things that I would like to see them improve roster construction-wise at the trade deadline. Go out there and try to get another arm, and go out there and try to get another bat. Now, this whole Adolis Garcia thing might change how we feel about the bats, and that might be, we were having this conversation, is pitching more of a priority than hitting as of lately, but now hitting might be that much more important to try to go get a right-handed bat, again, if Garcia misses an extreme amount of time. And I hope not. I'm really holding my breath because I do like Garcia. I know that he's been struggling this year at the plate, but he's, even when he was with the Texas Rangers and he was getting red hot, he was a fun player to watch. He just was. And I just don't want this guy to miss some time, especially after he's been hitting the ball so much better. And that would really be a damper into things. I just don't want that to happen. So, but maybe they see this as another opportunity to go get another right-handed bat, and they might be a little bit more urgent with that. I don't know. We just have to wait and see what the reports are. It very well could be a make or break in change of what we need in the moment. Maybe now it's a right-handed bat, but at least we have a core 3 starting pitchers when playoff time comes around. I just don't understand why, and I have to bring this up again, to just address these people on social media and just to address these hosts and these other media and these other YouTubers on here. Like, they're all over, but people have really just put Jesus Luzardo in the same conversation as Aaron Nola and Andrew Painter. And I just keep thinking to myself, like, what are we talking about? I know that he had a bad game against the Chicago White Sox. He's had some very, very good games that I think that Aaron Nola and Andrew Painter wish that they could have had. I really do. We saw him go really deep in a good amount of games this year. I mean, how about that one game where he outdueled Ranger Suarez? Like, that was a pitching duel between Boston and Philadelphia. I could name plenty of other examples just off the top of my head, and I'm not going to go there, but yeah, I don't know. I think that he's been really solid, and I just never thought that I would hear people just rip this guy as if he is Aaron Nola and Andrew Painter. Like, that part doesn't make any sort of sense to me. But, Haley, back to your point, I agree with you. You have 3 different pitchers in the playoffs that you can trust as far as starters go, and that really does help for sure. But you're also right. Maybe now it is a right-handed bat. It very well could be a make or break and change of what we need in the moment. Absolutely. I really don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what the reports are tomorrow, and I'm nervous. I'm very, very nervous. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. For sure, it's an upgrade from what we've had defensively, but his numbers haven't been his 2022 since then. That's true. That's true. He has really been struggling overall this season at the plate. Well, remember his 8 hits in the month of May. That was atrocious. That was terrible. But still thought that he was turning it around and that he was playing better. Even though yesterday it was not good, but I gave him a sort of a pass because it was Dylan Cease, but I don't know. Vote blue no matter who. What's going on, man? Manager needs to do a better job of pulling him when it's not his night. We can't allow him to have those games where he's giving up 8 or 9 runs. It absolutely kills his ERA. There was that one outing this season where Rob was trying to squeeze the lemon out of Jesus Luzardo. I remember which game it was, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to look it up. It was against the Cubs. This guy went 5 1/3. He gave up those 8 earned runs back in April, and Rob just left him out there, and it was just like, why? Why are you doing that? That was really frustrating. That was really annoying, and that did shoot up his ERA, and I think that sort of skewed it. Not saying that he didn't have a bad outing that day, because of course he did, but really I looked at it as if, he should have been taken out after the 5 runs that he allowed. So, and he should have been taken out sooner in the game rather than later. B- pretty good so far, or still early, says Vote Blue. I think that that's also okay. I think that that's also fair. Haley says, I actually don't mind Don leaving them in. Let them get out of their jam and help confidence. Those runs belong to the starter. Why break another pitcher's confidence by allowing those runs? What did I say before? I forget what I did say before. But yeah. I will say, to your point, how many times did we see Rob Thompson take a guy out during the middle of an inning with the bases loaded and then just go to a relief pitcher and expect them to clean up their mess? I felt like we saw that countless amount of times. And it was all analytics. It really was. And again, I know that I'm sort of painting Rob underneath a bad spotlight, because I always bring him up and it's always something negative, and I kind of feel bad. But this year he was doing a lot of that. Even last year we were sort of ripping him and saying, why doesn't he let his pitcher finish out those innings even when they got themselves into a jam and they get an out and they looked confident? Like, why not just rely on the eye test? I feel like that we did see that a lot. And Don, for the most part, has taken his pitchers, or has left his pitchers in, and has boosted their confidence for the most part. JT is the coach on the field, says Morty. He's got a lot of credit along with Don, a lot. There were 2 things that I was wrong about during the offseason. One, I said, don't bring back JT. Bring back Ranger. Number 2, get rid of Brandon Marsh. And I still felt like I had the right to say that. But, man, this guy is just so much fun to watch. I know that he didn't have a good day today offensively, even though he did walk in the first. I think he actually did end up getting a hit, right? Didn't he get a single at the very end of the game? I thought I put that in my scorebook, but sometimes I don't trust myself. No, he walked. Okay, I don't know why I said that he singled. I was like, I don't remember that. But yeah. Who do you trust more to bring out and fix the mess? Everyone's going to have a bad game. He's come back from a bad inning before, and he's been outstanding. But who? Wait, well, hold up 1 second. Sorry. He only threw 8 pitches. You had 3 flare hits, a stolen base, a wild pitch, total whiplash. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, who do you trust? Who do you trust more to bring out and fix the mess? Honestly, out in the bullpen, nobody. When it comes to Duran, like, if we're just talking about Yohan Duran, he's their best pitcher out of the bullpen. It's like by far, and he deserved to have that opportunity tonight. He absolutely did. Everyone's going to have a bad game. He's come back from a bad inning before, and he's been outstanding. Absolutely. I 1,000% agree with you there. I do. I totally agree. I don't really trust anybody else. I really don't. Let me put it to you this way. The bullpen, I would give a letter grade to the bullpen this season. And I think I'm going to be nice here. I would say it's a B minus. Without Duran, they're a D. They are. They're a D without Duran in the bullpen. Do you agree? I think that with the way that the bullpen was last year, when we had a closer by committee with Matt Strahm and Jose Alvarado and Orion Kirkering, none of those guys were closers. They just weren't. And Alvarado was one of those guys that it was like when he was on, but when he was off, like it was just that atrocious. Just that atrocious, man. So, I don't know. I'm really happy that he's here. Great trade, by the way. Mick Abel for Duran. Yeah. Marsh is hitting .324 since last June 1st. You didn't realize what he was doing because of the platooning. I'll give you 2 passes for him and JT, says Morty. Yep. And you know what? I'm not always perfect. And I'm one of those people that like to admit when I'm wrong. I really do. I like to admit when I'm incorrect about something. I'm not the type of person that's out there. And there's other people that do this, that are like, I'm always right. I told you that it was going to happen this way, or that this was a bad move. See, I told you. And then just never admit when I'm wrong. No, I'm not that type of a guy. I spent my offseason getting ready to kiss my beard goodbye because I thought he was going to be traded, says Haley. Did you really? You thought that he was going to be traded? I didn't think he was going to be traded, but I was completely wrong. I was. But no, back to the bullpen. There's no other person that I trust out in the bullpen compared to Duran. I mean, I think that literally it's not even a rocket science. He's just made the bullpen that much better. We've come up with the analogies throughout the entire season, you know, where when you have somebody in place, it makes everybody's job a lot easier. The funny part is that other people, I don't think are doing their setup jobs or their relief jobs is good enough, but Duran is just doing his job so well. So, anyhow, good stuff. Anything about Adolis Garcia? That is important. I want to make sure that I do see if anything was posted from Dom Mattingly. Anything. Hope Adolis is okay. I haven't seen anything from Don Mattingly. Nothing. Okay. Well, it is what it is. I wish that they would post this stuff quicker on Twitter. I really do. Andrew Coste actually said the Phillies said Adolis Garcia was pulled. Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go. We got a quote. Pulled a muscle in his right shoulder area on the throw to the plate. The quote that he said was, we'll see what happens, probably get some imaging tomorrow to find out what the true severity of it is. I hope for the best, is Don Mattingly. So that's what he had to say. Also, an interesting point that's made by Jeff Kerr. I wanted to actually read this. I don't even know if I agree with this or not. Whether Don Mattingly, quote-unquote, taxes his bullpen or not is up for debate. But unfortunately, this is the result of a baseball team starting 9-19. Knowing the Phillies are 6 over 500 now, but they want to keep that momentum going. The luxury of his last 2 years when they had a comfortable lead isn't there. I don't even think he's even taxing the bullpen. I really don't. I think that the bullpen is just, I think that they're getting enough reps. I don't really think that they're being overworked. Like, I don't understand why people are saying that he's taxing their bullpen. We've seen plenty of times, even throughout history, where guys pitch a lot of innings, and I don't know. I just disagree with that. If people are saying that so and so is getting overworked in the bullpen, especially now, overworked means like pitching 6 of the last 7 days or like 6 of the last 8. And I don't even think 6 of the last 8 is even being overworked, but what do I know? What do I know? Glad to hear that they are not chopping off Garcia's arm. Huge relief. What's up, Grayson? How you doing, man? All right, New York is going to go insane, says Grayson. Yeah. All right, how much time left in the Spurs game? 6 minutes left to go. Okay, 99-90. All right. So here's what's going to happen. Okay. So give me about 2 minutes. Okay. We did win that did win the poll, right? 16 votes. Okay. You guys are asking me to do the rest of the finals game. Okay. All right. We'll do that. Okay. Haven't called an NBA game in like 2 months. It's been a little bit of time. But anyhow, okay. So give me about like 2 minutes or so, and we'll be back on. We're going to keep the stream going, by the way. I just want to make sure that I say that. But just give me 2 minutes, and then we'll do the rest of this finals game. I do have to see how things do go. I really am hoping that the Spurs hang on and that they win. But anyhow, we'll be back on for the rest of the game. So thank you all so much for tuning on into this post-game show. I really do appreciate it. If you're going to sign off, thank you so much for tuning on in. I love you all very, very much. Never too late when chiming in after a win. I wasn't here to begin. That's not a sin. I got kicked in the shin by the hockey sin bin. Great to see you shine. Just wanted to opine. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. By the way, Trisky, you have a great son. I just wanted to make sure that you heard that from me. Dr. DeLay is incredible. And I'm really happy that you guys had a good time out seeing Grassy. All right, love you all very, very much. Okay, we're going to switch our scene right now, and we'll do the rest of the final 4.5 minutes of the game out in New York. So I'll catch you all very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
Shota swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Alrighty, folks. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very, very fantastic day. Brunson just knocked down a 3, and just like that, it's a 104-100 ball game. Oh, boy. All right, so let's make sure that we get this up and running. Appreciate you all once again for being on here. All right, so as far as the lineups go, so the San Antonio Spurs have Victor Wembanyama, Julian Champagne, De'Aaron Fox, Devin Vassell, and Dylan Harper out there. 2:42 left to go. 104-100. It was a blowout to start off the second half, and now all of a sudden New York has found their rhythm. San Antonio has only put up 28 points so far here in half number 2. It's been quite a game. Brunson has the rock, and he'll dribble it right down over towards the left side of the logo. Brunson, Anunoby, Towns, Hart, and Alvarado out there for the New York Knicks. Here is Brunson with a handoff pass that goes to Alvarado. He made a bucket not too long ago. Brunson for 3. Nails it! 104-103. It's a 1-point ball game out at Madison Square Garden. They're going bananas. Here is Fox, taking it over towards the Knicks logo as the Spurs go from right to left. Fox looking to pass it. It's intercepted by Hart. Hart for the lead. No! Oh my goodness, he missed the bunny. He can't believe it. Vassell was right on him, but still Hart could not make the bucket. Here comes Victor Wembanyama down the lane and a foul with 1:47 to go. Josh Hart had a golden opportunity to give the Knicks their first lead of the half and just squandered it all by himself. That is unbelievable. Hart released it, and he just missed the layup. It hit the back of the rim. Was that Castle behind him? That was Stephon Castle, my mistake. Just an unbelievable miss there. 104-103 with 1:47 left to go in the fourth quarter. Wembanyama at the line. Foul shot number 1. He misses it. Oh, no. Wow. 104-103. Victor Wembanyama has 24 points, 13 rebounds, 1 assist, and he's had a very good day on the defensive side, too. MSG is shaking. Wembanyama with his second foul shot. That's no good either. He goes 0 for 2 from the line. 1:40 left in the fourth quarter. 104-103. San Antonio hanging on by a needle and a haystack. Gosh. Here is Towns with a handoff that goes over to Brunson. Brunson crosses over against Stephon Castle. Brunson gets the friendly bounce, and New York is out in front. The first lead of the game for the Knicks, and it comes off of the floater from Jalen Brunson. 105-104. 1:15 to go. Fox at the top of the key being guarded by OG. And now he'll pass it. He'll give it over towards the right side. And Castle has the ball. Nearly lost his dribble. Castle takes it to the baseline. And they're going to call a foul. It's a blocking foul, right? Is that what they just called with 4.2 seconds left to go? I believe it is. San Antonio is in the bonus. Not one seat empty out at Madison Square Garden. And Hart was playing very physical defense with Stefan Castle. And they ended up calling an offensive foul. Excuse me. I couldn't even see the signal. Sorry about that. That's a big call, though. 105-104. And Brunson now has the rock. He's going to pass it over to Jose Alvarado. Alvarado looking to hand it off again over to Jalen Brunson at the baseline. Brunson looks to try to throw it up over towards the left side. That shot's no good. And we are going to have a shot clock violation called as the San Antonio Spurs play very physical defense. 38.8 seconds left to go. Each team still has 2 timeouts. The Knicks lead it by 1. At one point in this ball game, the Spurs were up by 29. 29 points. Insane. Brunson, 9 points and 3 for 4 shooting in the fourth quarter. Anunoby is 31. 38.8 seconds left to go. Brunson, I believe, did he foul out? 38.8 seconds left, and we have a timeout taken. Brunson had just 1 personal foul, so he just got taken out of the game, but we have a timeout taken right now. All right. What a game. Unbelievable. 38 seconds left. Who called the timeout, by the way? That was the Spurs. They have 1 left to go. A shot clock violation called on the Knicks. They still have 2 timeouts, New York. 105-104 with 38 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Just an unbelievable turn of events in this game. The Spurs are down by a point. The Knicks dialed on in. They put up 26 points in the third, but they really did an awesome job adjusting their defensive game plan in the third quarter. And in the fourth quarter, the Spurs have just been shivering ice cold. This is like the Patriots comeback. Dude, it's just so crazy. I'll have to watch the highlights over again. Gosh. All right, so the Spurs will get to advance the ball. Castle ready to inbound the basketball over on the right side of the far sideline. Then he'll inbound it over to De'Aaron Fox. Fox at the top of the key. Steps in towards the 2-point line. Puts up a 2. No good. And on the rebound, there's a foul called on Mitchell Robinson. 30.3 seconds left. Castle got the board. He tried to tip it back up and in. And the Spurs will head to the line with 30.3 seconds left to go. Fox missed the 2. It hit off the back iron. And on the rebound, it was actually Josh Hart who sort of pushed Stefan Castle from behind. Thought that actually Robinson was boxing out Victor Wembanyama. I thought maybe they called a foul on him. No, they did not. 105-104. Foul shot number 1. Here it is. It's up and it's good, and we're tied at 105. Towns will enter back on in for Mitchell Robinson. Or is it for Alvarado? We'll see. 30.3 seconds left to go. They said that he was in for Robinson. No, it is Alvarado, obviously. Has to be because they need bodies for rebounding purposes. I was going to say, what? Foul shot number 2, and the Spurs have the lead again.
Excellent.
Timeout, Knicks. Still plenty of time to go. Let's go, baby. If you're just tuning on in, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. We do Sixers basketball, Phillies baseball, and Eagles football on here. We also do a lot of other Major League Baseball games. But if you like what you hear, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. So far on the rebounding battles tonight, the New York Knicks have been getting out-rebounded 41-37 on the glass. But, however, the thing for them is that they're shooting the ball a lot better from three. They've been really pouring it on in the second half. They are out shooting the Spurs 48% to 40% in just this game alone. I mean, they've been unbelievable, really. All right, let us know who you guys think is going to win down below. If you're the Spurs, you got to play some defense. Here we go. They're showing the replay of Jalen Brunson giving them the lead. And the Spurs obviously have the lead back. We ride the seesaw. Hart is going to inbound it. Each team still has one timeout left. 30.3 seconds left to go. Still plenty of time. Hart is ready to inbound it right now. We'll give it over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson's being guarded by Vassell. Here comes a screen by Anunoby. And Brunson at the top of the key. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Brunson's going to pass it. He'll get it back over on the far left wing. Brunson will drive it inside. It's denied by Wemby. And it's poked over towards the backcourt. And Fox gets the steal. Fox for two. No. And it's denied by OG. 8 seconds to go. Alvarado has it. Alvarado's going to throw it. 5.7 seconds left to go. And a whistle is called. The Knicks will take a timeout here. Oh, my gosh. A lot happened in that sequence, and about 30 or 25 seconds were taken off that clock. How about the defense by Victor Wembanyama? And on the other side, how about that block by OG Anunoby? Both teams playing solid defense. Oh my gosh. Man, I really thought that Fox was going to hit that layup, but OG just got back. OG Anunoby has just been their defensive anchor on the season so far. And even in this playoffs, he's been averaging 1.7 blocks during this NBA Finals. He's been unbelievable, really. A 28-year-old who obviously won a championship with the Toronto Raptors when he was a baby in the league, that is. Now he's in his prime, and he's trying to give the Knicks their first championship in quite a bit of time. Oh, man. What a ball game. Refs are going to swallow the whistle, says Morty. Can't believe that happened. I really can't. 5.7 seconds to go. Reminder, the Spurs still have one timeout left. If they play defense, that's what they got to do, obviously, right now. Guard that inbound. On the inbound, it'll be OG Anunoby. For the New York Knicks, they'll inbound it over from the scorer's table. And OG gets the ball. The Knicks have no timeouts left. They'll inbound it over to Brunson. 5 seconds to go. Brunson for three. It's up. It's short. On the tip back, it's up and it's good. With 1.2 seconds left to go. 107 to 102. OG Anunoby comes in clutch. Karl Anthony Towns is hugging him. 1.2 seconds left and the Spurs down to their final timeouts. They have time to get a shot off. But they've got to be quick. They inbounded it right over to Jalen at the logo. Brunson took the three. They double-teamed him, and nobody boxed out OG Anunoby. Nobody came right down Broadway. And he was right there ready for the moment. Man. Just hit off the front of the rim. Look at OG just getting a fingertip on that. And just coming right down the lane and just getting it with his left hand. Really got it with his right. But still. Whew, they are all loud out at Madison Square Garden. 107 to 106. With 1.2 seconds left to go, the Spurs are now out of timeouts. They'll get to advance the basketball. Harper's going to inbound it for the San Antonio Spurs. They'll have to try to walk it off here. Knicks cannot foul. Towns will inbound, or will guard the inbound pass, I should say. Harper ready to inbound it, and he throws it over to Castle. Castle puts it up, and Josh Hart blocks it, and that's the ball game. 107 to 102 to 106. The New York Knicks, after being down by 29, come back and beat the San Antonio Spurs 107 to 106 out at Madison Square Garden. The Spurs could not hang on, and that's the largest comeback win in NBA Finals history. Wow. They didn't get the look that they wanted, that's for sure. Wow. You know, I gotta say, I just have to say this. Okay, as somebody that obviously watched the Sixers this year, gosh, when I'm watching these two teams, I'm just thinking like that there's absolutely no chance that they beat either of these teams. Like, it's just unbelievable. I have to give the Knicks a lot of credit. I really do. The Spurs in this game, obviously didn't get to watch the full thing, but from being up by 29 points, no lead is safe. I think that that's really the main thing that we've learned. And the New York Knicks came out with a game plan in the third. Victor Wembanyama went cold. And I just have to say, like, Jalen Brunson has been clutch. Brunson and Anunoby have just been so good for them. And Mike Brown absolutely outcoached Mitch. He really did. Absolutely outcoached Mitch Johnson. Taylor Swift was in attendance tonight? Really? Really? Since when is she a Knicks fan? I love Taylor Swift, but like, since when are you a Knicks fan? Come on. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. What a season for the New York Knicks. They're up 3-1, or 3-2-1 in the series. A huge win for the New York Knicks. Their shooters just went ice cold. I've never seen anything like that in an NBA Finals game. Somebody said, is this like the New England Patriots? As far as a one game goes, yes. Yes, absolutely. And again, nobody boxed out OG Anunoby on that offensive rebound and the tip back. Nobody got to him. But, man, give this Knicks team so much credit because they just don't have – they have this mentality where they just don't quit. They don't quit. They have depth. They have firepower. And their defense can just turn it on any second. I was wrong about the Knicks. But dang. Larry David's really happy. Dude, like, you know, they can get all the celebrity fans that they want, whatever. I like our fan base. But geez. Can't deny that the Knicks, they're just a good team. They have a really good team, man. Taylor's been a lifelong New York Knicks fan ever since they made it back to the finals. A lifelong Knicks fan. Man. That's crazy. Come on. I don't get it. Jacking up all those threes and terrible shots in the clock. Adam Sandler was also there. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm just looking at this from a Sixers perspective. And I just, like, think to myself, man, they got a lot of work to do. That's a painful laugh, by the way. This franchise has so much work to do. Look at how these two teams are playing. Look at even how the New York Knicks just came back against them. I mean, geez. They had to play perfect basketball for them to come back and win that game. And they did. They really did. And the Spurs went ice cold. And part of that obviously is a credit to the Knicks defense, but also part of it too, just like Morty said, is taking shots early in the shot clock, not settling for getting to the rim, not being aggressive, not drawing fouls. That's actually how the Spurs won the last game. They were drawing a lot of fouls, and they didn't do that today. And I really thought that was something that really hurt them. Absolutely. So, especially later on in the game, yeah, Castle did hit those free throws. But, man, this one hurts if you're a Spurs fan, obviously. This is a big heartbreaker. I still don't think that the series is over. I actually called my friend, and he asked me, what do I think about the series? I said that whoever wins Game 3 is going to win the series. I did say that, and I would still chew on my words, even if the Spurs do lose. But gosh, that is a stunner. That's a heartbreaker, man. That was if you're not even a basketball fan, with the way that these finals have been going, and last year's finals too, I just feel like you're watching really good basketball overall. They just completed the largest comeback in NBA Finals history by erasing a 29-point deficit. The ratings for this game are just unbelievable. Unreal. All right. That's going to wrap it up for me. Thank you all so much for being on here. Once again, my name is Jason Joseph. We're going to sign off right now. That felt interesting. I don't really know what else to say about that. I feel like I just called like 2 minutes of a basketball game, and that was it. But, yeah. All right. back on for tomorrow for Diamond Zone. And I'll catch you all in the next one. All right, peace out. Have a good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.